its artistry, this feels like a fitting stage as we look at the O2 Arena, the home for this World Championships, a venue built for ice sports, built in 2004 for the World Ice Hockey Championships, and now the location for the third time that the World Figure Skating Championships has been held in this beautiful, beautiful city. An incredibly exciting event is about to unfold over the course of this week. I'm Mark Convetti, and I'm delighted to be joined by Tonia Kwiatkowski for the proceedings. And Tonia, you competed in the post-Olympic World Championships. You know what the athletes are feeling. How excited are you and they for what is to come this week?
Well, I'm super excited. I mean, Prague is such a beautiful city, and the crowds here have been absolutely amazing just for practices. So I can't imagine how the arena is going to be with the actual competition happening. And, you know, post-Olympics, you know, sometimes there's a little bit of a, downer for the skaters, but they get right back up to compete at this World Championships. We'll see some new faces as some of the top skaters maybe have decided not to compete at this championship.
True.
So I'm excited. It's going to be a great week.
It really is, and perhaps an unpredictable week, as you say, because we're just coming fresh off the Olympics. But the athletes, whilst they may be, for those that competed in Milan, tired, this is a huge occasion and a massive, impactful point in their career. So not wanting to hold back at all. We know the athletes are excited and ready as we see the inside of the O2 Arena, an 20,000-seater arena. It is a huge, huge venue. And we see the light show now. The pre-event build-up is exciting. There's Ashley Wagner, a former world medalist, with Thomas Werner, a former 10-time Czech skating champion himself, who's been entertaining the crowd in anticipation of the first event of the week, the women's short program. And in this event, we will have the second, third and fourth place competitors from the Olympic Winter Games. But now we see on screen the starting order, which is based on the world rankings. And so the higher ranked skaters will close out the competition. But everybody has their own personal objectives, and everybody desperately eager to give their personal best on this illustrious stage. And as I mentioned, Tonia, you know the feeling. We've both been at World Championships ourselves. It's both a heavily intoxicating excitement, but the nerves will be intense at this point.
Well, and this championship is important because it determines how many skaters from each country will compete next year at the World Championships. So it's very important for each of the skaters to put out good performances because it can have an impact for the future skaters.
That is such a good point as we see the judges on screen who will decide the fate of the skaters. But the skaters, to some extent, aren't just here to represent themselves and the village of people behind them, but also, as you rightly point out, what will happen in Tampere in Finland 12 months from now. And the better the results for their nation, the more participation in a year's time.
Well, and at the start of the new quadrennium next year, leading up to the 2030 Olympics.
That could pave the way.
Huge.
They're really, really important. And we assume as we start this women's short program that three-time world champion Kaori Sakamoto will be the favorite, given that the Olympic champion Alyssa Liu isn't competing. But everybody, as we see the skaters coming on, as I say, with a point to prove as they open the group. And what a moment for this 19-year-old Barbora Vrankova in her first World Championships, and opening in front of a home crowd. Amazing moment. And then to Nargiz Suleymanova. She competing in her second World Championships, having narrowly missed out on qualification for the free program a year ago in Boston. Moldova's Anastasia Gracheva takes to the ice. And then to an experienced campaigner. It's 10 years since Niki Wories from the Netherlands last competed at the World Championships. And then to the final competitor in this opening group, the first Olympian that we are seeing at the O2 Arena in Prague, China's Ruiyang Zhang. And so the 6-minute warm-up underway, and it really is such an amazing opportunity for Barbora. The draw, as I mentioned, is based on world ranking, and that's based on scores accumulated throughout the season. But for Barbora to open a home world is incredible, and particularly poignant because this is a skater that said 1 year ago at this time of year, she felt frustrated because skating wasn't meeting her expectations, and she considered stopping, and her family encouraged her to try one more time. There we see Barbara on screen. She switched her coaching team, feels like a new lease of life, and now, what a moment.
Well, and to compete at home for Worlds, my last World Championships was at 1998 in Minneapolis, and just to have that hometown, home country support behind you, it's going to be electric in here for her, and so such a great experience for her. I'm so glad she stayed in another year.
Yes, she will be enveloped by the arena. Here the events team excitedly introducing her to the arena. And then to Nargiz Suleymanova. Nargiz, she competed last year in Boston. And it's important at this early stage of the competition to acknowledge that of all the competitors in this event, there are 33 taking part in the short program, but only 24 will qualify for the free skate. And 12 months ago, Nargiz missed qualification for the free skate by 1 place, but even more significantly by 1/100th of a point to Meda Variakojyte, who will compete later on. So I'm sure Nargiz is holding that in her mind as she competes. And the third competitor in this 2026 World Championships Women's Short Program, Anastasia Gracheva. She decided to change her short program, the program that we are about to see, and feels that the music and the character reflect her as a human better, a skater who self-choreographs.
You know, it's interesting when skaters change music before a large championship like this, especially near the end of the season, but if they feel something's not working for them, it's a great opportunity to maybe feel a little bit more comfortable and perhaps put out a better performance.
And brave to do that at this point in the season, and hopefully it really serves her. As we look now to Niki Wories now, as I mentioned, a decade since she last competed at the World Championships in Boston 2016. Now, this is a skater who broke her knee last year. She was off the ice for a long time, and then Dutch speed skating is obviously incredibly successful, so she started to do some rehabilitation with the Dutch speed skaters, and whether that's the reason or not, she's now dating Olympic short track relay champion Friso Amons, and he, I think, has been a pivotal part in her getting back to this stage. So, gorgeous story for Niki Wories.
What a wonderful moment for her to be out here on the warm-up. I'm sure she's excited, you know.
To have 10 years from your last World Championship, that's an amazing example of tenacity to come back. There we see the final competitor in this opening group. China's Ruiyang Zhang, the 18-year-old from Beijing, who, as I mentioned, the first of the skaters that we've seen thus far that did compete last month in Milan at the Olympic Winter Games. She was 19th there. She will be, I'm sure, a different human than the skater pre-games. We see so many of the athletes sharing that experience, and the Olympic Winter Games seems really pivotal in the way they approach future events.
Yeah, definitely watching her in practice yesterday. I mean, she just, you know, the confidence with the triple combinations and just overall, like, comfort on the ice, I think, you know, is something that she's gained a lot of experience at the Olympic Winter Games.
And I think it will be really interesting as we watch this event unfold to see, for so many of the competitors, the impact of the games, because, you know, I mentioned it seems so pivotal in them as humans. Obviously, it's a huge benchmark for any person to be able to say they're an Olympian, but then there's an understandable acknowledgement of fatigue. There is bound to be a sense of burnout, and some of the athletes have been quite vocal and open about it.
It hasn't been that long since the Olympics finished, so I mean, just to have that a little bit of downtime and then go back to training and the grind of every day leading up to this championship, which is, as we said, so important.
And so then, you know, in this early stage where the skaters are fighting to try to qualify and make the top 24, it'll be interesting to see, because there'll be, you know, something to prove, a point to prove for the athletes that didn't make the games. Maybe they come in with more pressure because they have more, you know, they've not exhausted themselves from the games. It'd be really interesting to see the physical impact and the mental impact of the different athletes at this final event of this season. And you may hear now the daunting final minute music. So now with the ISU events team, there's an amazing setup, And this sound signals to the audience that the final minute of warm-up is underway. It's a little bit daunting though. That music is quite scary.
You know, in that last minute, like if your warm-up's going well, it's, you know, you're just kind of like skating around feeling good. If it's a little bit of an off warm-up, you're like, oh my gosh, I need to do another this or another that to like feel like my feet are underneath me. So that last minute, or if you skate first after the warm-up, you want to have a little bit of a breather and a sip of water to be able to just go and go right off the warm-up. So there's different feelings for different athletes at different times, so depending on what number they skate after the warm-up.
The emotional roller coaster of the warm-up is a real thing.
Thank you.
You can see what it means on the face of our opening competitor. What a moment, opening the 110th World Figure Skating Championships in front of a home crowd. What a way to start for the O2 Arena as Barbora Vrankova gets ready to compete. A skater that said that if she'd been told a year ago she would be here, she wouldn't have believed us. Skating to the music clouds.
Second jump, triple toe, nicely done. Oh, opening out of that double axel, she's going to receive 0 points for that. Covering nicely with a solid triple loop.
Again, the mix of emotions for the athlete as Barbora Vrankova completes her short program in her debut at the World Senior Figure Skating Championships. And I'm sure she's contemplating now the reaction of the audience, who are abundant in their appreciation of her, but obviously a double axel that she will be reliving and wanting to redo, I am sure.
Yes, that double axel, you know, it's such a difficult jump with the forward takeoff. I mean, you have to be so gutsy and just ram that leg through and go for it. And she was a little tentative going into it. And unfortunately, without the revolutions, she ends up getting 0 points for that one element, which is very costly.
It's going to make it difficult with that mistake for Barbara to make that top 24 cut. That said, she knows her personal best comes from the World Junior Championships in 2022, and that score, based on previous year's World Championships, it was always going to be tricky for her to make the cut. What I will say, though, is Barbara skates with an elegance and a class. Beautiful skater. Technically, it's not as difficult because the triple toe is an easier base value than that which we see from others. She delivered.
Here's a look at the triple toe combination. Maybe a little bit short, I don't know, on that first triple toe. I know it was under review.
They've been kind to her. There doesn't look like there's any rotational.
No, I think we're okay, yeah.
But this was not okay.
Well, you can see that her edge slipped a little bit out from underneath her as she was taking off, and unfortunately that just changes the timing enough that she can't finish the double axel. But recovering so nicely with a triple loop after that mistake on the double axel. Well done.
Yeah, and I would assume a really good grade of execution for the quality of that triple loop, indicating that she's certainly a skater with a huge amount of potential. And interestingly, Tanya, was casting my mind back for Czech skaters. The last time that a Czech woman won the World Championships was over 75 years ago. First woman to land a double loops, though. That was the case for a Czech skater. But hopefully this experience for Barbora Vrankova will inspire her to keep demanding more from herself. And go on to continue successfully flying, proudly flying her flag at senior international events as she awaits her score. So it's a 50.59, the audience reacting to number one at this stage, of course, of the competition. For the opening skater, Barbora Vrankova.
You can see she had another deduction on there. That was a time violation.
Oh, wow, so overtime.
So unfortunate to have, you know, the downgrade from the double axel, it looks like. So she got some points for that, but then the time violation.
As we move ahead to a skater that you can see the planned program content on the bottom left of screen, indicating a skater that has a difficulty plan that is competitive and comparable with some of the highest ranked skaters in the event. Nargiz Suleymanova, as I mentioned, missed qualification by 100th of a point as coach Joey Russell looks on. She will skate to the Lady Gaga track, Shallow.
Off the heel of her skates on the landing of that opening triple Lutz, which was planned as her combination. But great thinking doing the triple loop double toe, giving her a combination for the short program. So good adjustment there on her part after the miss at the beginning of the short program.
Tell me something, boy. Aren't you tired trying to fill that void? Or do you need more? Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore?
Safely through on the double axel.
In all the good times I find myself longing for a change, and in the bad times I fear myself.
Oh wow, that was really such a great choreographic transition. Perfectly on music. Azerbaijan's Nargiz Suleymanova finishes a short program. She's, I'm sure, considering the mistake on the triple loops, but for me, it's such a powerful track of music. But she really felt it, and I have to shout out to choreographer and coach Joey Russell, because some of the musicality within it was perfectly on point.
It was excellent.
There we see some of the drone footage. The skaters have a drone advancing towards them, which is new at this event. And Nargiz embracing the chance to smile at the camera. It's going to be difficult though with a skate like that. The mistake on the triple loops will be costly, but Nargiz said that she wanted to enjoy this last competition of this season as much as possible. And her objective was to give her all and feel proud afterwards, no matter the result. So based on the way that she departs the ice towards her coach, she looks fairly satisfied.
Well, and I think as a spectator, I think that she delivered that in that performance. The entry into that triple Lutz. Gets a little bit back off of her heel, and she just can't get the free leg out and stand up at the end of that jump. But triple loop here, no problems, and then she reaches back and then does a double toe. She was planning to do a triple combination, which would have given her more points, but at least she has a combination to be able to fulfill all the requirements for the short program.
And banking on the experience that she has had to be able to maximize whatever she can after that opening mistake. This was so cool. The Lady Gaga track, crescendo in the music, punctuated by that unique box split slide.
It's so hard to control, and you know, just to note, if you slip a little bit on one of those slides like that, it's counted as a fall. So I mean, very risky, but she completed it so beautifully.
I really hope that's rewarded by the judges in the grade of execution and also in the composition score, the second mark, as she sits alongside Joey Russell, who does such a great job coaching and choreographing in Toronto.
Nargiz Suleymanova získala za svůj krátký program 49 bodů.
It's 49 points for Nargiz, and she slots into second place at this junction of the competition. And we move now to the third competitor in the women's short program. She has a bold combination plan, triple loop, difficult to do. And she prepares to skate to this new short program music choice, a piece she said she's been inspired by for many years, the track February.
Triple loop combination. Difficult landing on that one foot and then sitting on that edge and then getting the lift to do the second jump. Really great combination of turns there. Good edge set from Anastasia.
Well, that's what it means to a skater to skate cleanly at the World Championships. She didn't compete a year ago in Boston, and she looks utterly elated as Anastasia Gracheva delivers to the program that she choreographed herself. And now the emotion that was in the program was brilliant, and a different kind of emotion being expressed as she's moved to tears by that skate.
That was lovely. She should feel so good about that performance. I'd like to maybe see her have a little bit more speed within the performance just to cover a little bit more of the ice, but what she did really well.
I totally agree, Tanya. The speed and ice coverage will play into the skating skills, so the second mark for the judges' skating skills, maybe not as strong, but for presentation, in terms of engagement with the music, I thought she really delivered. It will be interesting to see now feedback from the technical panel, because the opening jump combo, the triple loop, I think that might be under-rotated, and that will have a
little bit, yeah, the second jump was a little bit short.
Yeah, good to see that. Julija Lovrencic, the coach, shares the success of the performance. It's so tricky because, of course, they're mindful of what's going to happen from the tech panel because they want points, but the joy that she shared at the end of the performance is priceless.
Absolutely, and we talked a little bit about speed. I think if she had maybe had a little bit more speed, you could see a little bit of a short, a little bit of a hook there on the landing of that second jump. If she maybe had a little bit more speed, she might have been able to land it cleanly.
She has quite an open rotational position, doesn't get the legs smack bang together, a little bit of a leg wrap, so that will be reflected in the judges' creative execution. But landing position, that was on point, that was really good. So you get the chance to just see a little bit of travel on the ice in the spin, and again, those little factors will incur a less positive grade of execution, and that's what we're seeing at this stage of the comp.
I think that travel was because she hopped from one foot to the other foot, and then the center did change a little bit. But I mean, I thought she did a really nice job. You can see that spin there at the end had a little bit better center than the one before.
Love a bit of fingertip extension at the end of the... Oh, actually, that's
the best.
That's the best. And not many skaters in their entire career get to feel what she just felt. Joy after the performance. So now crunch time in regards to how will this score affect Anastasia Gracheva's chances of qualifying for the free skate. Remember, top 24 continue to compete.
The scores, please.
Anastasia Gracheva získala za svůj krátký program 49,991 bodů.
So she falls short of the 50-point marker, so it will be difficult to proceed in the competition with that score, but of course she has to see how this affects her as the rest of the competitors go. But Anastasia Gracheva has certainly done herself proud with that emotional performance. Well, what an incredible celebration of perseverance for the next skater. Niki Wories from the Netherlands. Coach Thomas Kennis nervously claps her at ringside. A skater who last competed at the World Championships a decade ago. Broke her knee last year, but somehow managing to qualify and now perform again at Worlds as she skates to the track My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion.
Can I take your name, please, sir?
Dawson. Rose Dawson.
Triple flip, double toe combination, opening the short program. Really fighting on the landing of that triple. That's good for her, staying on one foot.
Good example of increases speed as she does the flying sit spin. Well, it's been 10 years since Niki Wories last competed at the World Championships. So much has happened in the life of this athlete since then. She retired from the sport in 2022. She then went on to work for the Dutch Figure Skating Federation, but compelled to return to the competitive arena. And she did cite her boyfriend, the Olympic short track relay champion Friso Emons, as some semblance of inspiration. But he said she's an inspiration to him because what she has done in coming back from a broken knee to compete in this stage is just nothing short of amazing.
It's absolutely incredible. I mean, you think of being off and then having to come back and you're a little bit older. I mean, it's just so difficult to come back from injury. So good for her. That was a lovely short program. She should be so proud.
So proud. And to know what's gone behind the scenes, to break your knee in our sport, that's career ending. And yet the mental resilience she must have shown, she's doing a good job of holding back the emotion that she must be feeling as Coach Thomas does the same. We've got to acknowledge, Tanya, though, that if you were watching the top left-hand corner of the screen, a lot of the boxes were red. That suggests a negative grade of execution. So whilst it's an inspiring story, the technical element score is going to struggle to be competitive just because some of the technique's a little bit rappy.
A little bit, and then there's also the little yellow mark underneath those boxes that tells you what's being reviewed by the judges or the technical panel. And as you watch this triple flip, you want to watch the landing. That looks like it's around, but
yep.
I know they were reviewing it, so that was okay. I think, but they're marking it as a quarter, which I'm surprised with that a little bit. A little bit of a centering issue there on that sit side position. Looking at her layback. She had side position, then she squared the shoulders, and then the hair cutter position and holding it longer. So she looks like she got a level 4 on that last spin, which is so great. That's the highest level you can get for that element.
And I think to see at this stage in the competition in this first group, already performance reactions like that, if we have the rest of the event having skaters as self-satisfied, we're in for a treat at Worlds 2026 in the women's short program as Niki Wories and Coach Thomas Kennes await the scores. So it's a 48.41 and fourth of the 4 competitors for Niki Wories, but her story is so much more than points, a real admirable example of resilience and tenacity. And now we head to the final competitor in this opening warm-up group, the youngest of the skaters that we have seen thus far, and the first of the Olympians. And a fist pump shared between her and her coach as Ruiyang Zhang prepares to skate her short program in her World Championship debut. She's already an Olympian, but shortly, in about 3 minutes' time, you can say she's a senior World Championship competitor as she performs to the Madonna track, Frozen.
Wow, triple salad, triple toe combination. Landing right on the accentuation of the music. Well done. Difficult entry into that double axel from a spread eagle position. You've got to get from both feet over that front foot completely to get a good takeoff on the double axel. She did that very nicely. nice triple flip with an excellent flow on the landing.
And seeing now better skating skills than that of which we've seen thus far. As you say, Tanya, more natural flow and glide across the ice.
And a lot more body movement as well, I would say, in her. Different areas of the program here.
Well, all successful elements for Ruiyang Zhang from China. And we were referencing the impact of the Olympic Games on the Olympians, assuming potential fatigue would impact their performances here. But Ruiyang Zhang certainly not showcasing any fatigue in delivering. And she's had a particularly long season. She had to fight for her spot for China to compete at the Olympic Winter Games by competing in the Skate to Milano Olympic qualifier event. So her season has been incredibly long, but you wouldn't know it from that performance.
Not at all. She had a lot of energy and such good technical ability in so many different areas.
And in terms of that top 24, the coveted top 24 to qualify for the free skate in 2 days' time, the highest ever qualifying score in top 24 at World Championships was 57 points. Last year it was as low as 50.98, but anything in the mid-50s holds the skater in good stead as we see the combo.
Lost a little bit of speed on the landing of that triple sow count. Triple toe is a little bit short, it looks like.
Yeah. So in fact, that the only of the 7 elements to have a negative grade of execution, losing some quality score from the judges. But triple flip looked good.
Flow was a little bit better on the exit of this jump for sure.
Not too much pre-rotation. Good use of the vaulting foot compared to some other athletes. And an amazing range of flexibility. But as you said, Tanya, the use of body movement, particularly as a feature within the step sequence, was really evident for Ruiyang Zhang. So at that Skate to Milano qualifying competition in her home city, she scored a huge 62.78. I think the jump combo doesn't make it as successful as that, but we could be seeing her first qualified skater as she achieves a 58.96. She awaits her fate as the remaining competitors skate, but certainly that a healthy score at this stage of the competition. So their confirmation of the standings after the first warm-up group, as the light show gets ready to introduce the next group of 5.
From Lithuania, Meda Variakojyte.
And opening this group, Meda Variakojyte, another Olympian. Indeed, she carried the Lithuanian flag at the closing ceremony of the Games last month. The second skater in this group, Cyprus, Stefania Yakovleva.
Julija Lovrencic.
And then to the 19-year-old from Bled in Slovenia, Julija Lovrencic.
From Estonia, Nataly Langerbaur.
And then to the first of 2 Estonian women's competitors in this short program, Nataly Langerbaur.
From Belgium, Jade Hovine.
And then to Belgium's 21-year-old Jade Hovine, a skater who only recently found out that she would be competing here following the withdrawal of Luna Hendricks. And having had all 5 skaters introduced to the arena, the 6-minute timer is underway. And within this group, definitely skaters that will be expectant of top 24 qualification, including the Lithuanian on screen now, Meda Variakojyte. She was the skater that qualified in 24th place in Boston 12 months ago, and she did achieve that by 1/100th of a point higher than the 25th base skater. She was the first Lithuanian woman to compete at the Olympic Winter Games. How will that experience have inspired and impacted Meda's preparation for this, her 3rd World Championships? And there, Stefania Yakovleva, a skater who hasn't had the ideal preparation for this competition. She trains a lot of the time in Dubai, and the current Middle East situation has hampered training and preparation, and also her coach has been unable to come to Worlds with her. However, this is her first World Championships, and she is excited to experience, as she says, the magnitude of a World Championships. Just working through the jump takeoffs as we look now to Julija Lovrencic. Julija, although didn't qualify for the Olympic Winter Games, she's been working really hard with her coach, who is her sister, Spela Lovrencic, in promoting figure skating in Slovenia. And indeed, she was doing some punditry for Slovenian TV during the Olympics, and she's obviously particularly keen to qualify for the Games in 2030. And we hope that this experience here will be another building block in her preparation towards that stage.
From Slovenia, Julija Lovrencic.
And now to Nataly Langerbaur, a university student at the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences. She's specializing in customs and taxation. So a busy schedule for Nataly Langerbaur, but following her European Championship competition, where she had a great short program, she's had another couple of internationals in which she has medaled and won indeed. So coming into this event on a high.
Give a round of applause, representing Estonia, Nataly Langerbaur.
And from the Estonian competitor who's a university student to another university student as we prepare to look at the Belgian competitor Jade Hovine. She is a student of law at Côte d'Azur University, and she's in her 3rd year at law school. But what's pertinent here, Tanya, is that she only found out 3.5 weeks ago she'd be competing. So she's juggling a lot, as well as having perhaps limited preparation. She might have known it was a possibility, but it's one thing knowing a possibility and one thing knowing a reality.
You know, it's hard to be maybe the substitute or the first person that's next on the list, but you have, if you know that, you can keep training and then be able to be prepared. So if you get that call, you're ready to go. That happened to me in '98. I was the first alternate and got the phone call, and I had trained all the way through, and so I was excited and felt prepared, which is so important. I think sometimes it's hard to train during that period, but it can come back and work in your favor. And
it is going to be a discussion point for a lot of the athletes that we watch in this, not just the women's short program, but
all
in the men's event,
disciplines.
Yeah, because post-Olympics, there are some athletes that are so physically exhausted, or for whatever reason, they haven't elected to compete here. And to be a substitute is a really challenging mental load, I think, because the run-through process that is necessary to compete at this stage is so physically and mentally demanding. To have to endure that without the confirmation of the event, that's going to be hard.
It's very hard, but then if that confirmation does come, it puts you in a better mindset, I think, going into the event saying, okay, I'm ready and I'm prepared for this.
I've done the work.
Exactly.
And it paid off for you, top
It did.
6 in the world.
It did. You know, and being a university student, I went to college and graduated from college while I was competing, and that's a challenge in itself as well for several of these athletes. There's a lot on your plate. You've got to have great time management skills, but you know what? It's amazing how strong the mind can be to get you through all of those different challenges.
So true, and you know, the skaters on screen, interesting to hear of so many of them that are university students as well, and I'm sure they will at times feel frustrated that they can't devote the time to the training on ice as others might, but you've got to prepare for life stuff in the future as well. And I suppose there are other wonderful examples, like Paul Wiley. He was a educated scholar as well. There are many that have managed to. Nathan Chen, who's gone on to university successfully as well.
Back when I skated, it was not something that a lot of people did. And there's more skaters now that are doing that. And I think it's wonderful because they just have different opportunities in front of them.
And it gives, I suppose, a perspective. Because it could seem all-consuming. Being a world championship competitor might seem like the be-all and end-all of existence. So perhaps a degree gives some perspective to the reality of this big stage at the World Championships, the 2026 World Championships women's short program. Second group ready to compete.
Dámy a pánové, se svým krátkým programem se nyní představí reprezentantka Litvy.
And opening this second group, the Lithuanian competitor Meda Variakojyte, fresh off the experience of carrying her flag at the closing ceremony of the Olympic Winter Games. Meda skates to Je te laisserai des mots.
Triple Lutz double toe combination. Looked a little slow going into that, but she managed to complete it. Difficulty there on the landing of that triple flip. Again, slow going in. I think if she maybe had a little bit more speed, it would definitely help the flow of the blade to be able to finish without those turns. Bauer setting up for her double axel. Nicely done.
Much more comfort and ease of flow now for Meda, now that the big valuable jumping passes are completed. Lithuania's Meda Variakojyte completes her short program. She managed to do the triple-triple combination at the Olympic Winter Games last month in Milan. Didn't do that on this occasion, and she'll know the implications of that on the technical element score. I think we can see the joy in her face now for Meda. She looked cautious and hesitant in the performance, but I think perhaps particularly seeing how she's reacting now, a skater that has relieved to have got through this season at this stage. Understandable, as we were saying, to juggle the pressure of being an Olympian and keep the training up. She looks happy though now. She looks satisfied.
More relaxed now for sure than at the start of the performance.
Yes. And for all of the skaters, it's felt like an eternally long season. She's, you know, from last year's Worlds, making that top 24, she's known the Olympics was her opportunity, and that will be heavy in her mind the whole time as we look back at the jumping home.
Going into this triple Lutz, and then tapping back into a double toe. She had planned a triple toe, but again, not enough speed for sure. And then landing way up on the toe pick on the double toe. Great that she stayed on one foot.
Yeah, and you see a bit of pre-rotation there on the triple flip, and again, not much running edge on the landing. So that will impact both the technical score and the skating skills, not as much flow and glide. But in her defense, you did really see from Meda the freedom start to transcend into the performance more laterally when the big hitters were out of the way, the triple lutz and the triple flip. She knows though. She knows. There's the reality.
You know, and the goal is to have that energy throughout the whole entire program, even before you have the difficult elements.
Yeah.
So that's something she can continue to work on. And again, maybe she's just a little tired from the length of the season. I mean, good for her. I mean, she fought through it.
And now Meda, we'll see whether or not I don't think that's going to be enough for qualification, but she now has some rest to regroup, re-prepare, and hopefully we'll see her again successfully next season after an off-season of hard work. Yes, it's a 45.47, and it is 6th of the 6 competitors for Meda. But she can hold her head high with pride after representing her country successfully on numerous events throughout this long Olympic season. And from the discussion of one Olympian to the next skater who was so close to becoming an Olympian. She finished in 6th place at the Olympic qualifying event. She was one spot off. She was an alternate to the games. So battling the frustration of not quite making it. Hopefully now tapping into turning that frustration into success for the 18-year-old Stefania Yakovleva, who will skate to Tchaikovsky's The Nutcracker.
Trouble with the triple flip, not able to complete revolutions, stepping out of it. Some more troubles with the triple lutz, under-rotated. still fighting in the short program solid double axel.
Well, as much as we have seen elation and joy and celebration from some skaters, you can see the bitter disappointment for Cyprus' Stefania Yakovleva at the conclusion of her short program. And as I mentioned, she's not had ideal preparation. She'd been open and honest about it. Impacted training because of her geographical location in Dubai, but despite the lack of prep, of course you will have hoped that under the pressure she will have been able to deliver, but the two triple jumps far below what we've seen from her in past events.
Well, and she was 12th at Europeans. She had a successful earlier part of the season, and it's such a shame that, you know, there's outside influences that, you know, could have affected this performance. And you said her coach was not here. You don't have that person to lean on to help give you those little tips that they know you better than anybody.
Yes.
So just so difficult, but good for her for coming out and trying to fight through that short program.
And again, for Stefania, trying to proudly represent Cyprus and keep Cyprus on the international stage. So here we have a look back. It was quite quick tempo in the double three-turn entry into this triple flip.
Yeah, very open in the air and tilted. I mean, just not an ideal entry.
I think she was probably wise to bail on that. If she'd stuck through, then she could have had a nasty fall based on the angle of her air position. Yeah.
Same on the triple lots.
Just not comfortable at all. And unfortunately for Stefania, as we see this, her difficult entry, the butterfly entry, the problem with the two triples being downgraded is then she receives the value of the lesser, the double jump, and so the technical score is really decimated for Stefania with those two jumping passes, and it's going to be difficult for her to hear what is inevitable from the panel, because she scored 59 at the Olympic qualifier last September, and she was so close to that Olympic qualification. So she's had a really roller coaster season. And this is our turn to kind of shout out to encourage her for the off-season ahead, because the skater that's we have seen delivering, just not on this occasion.
Yeah, keep going and keep fighting and keep training. And wishing you the best in the future.
So for Stefania, a really bitter score to accept of 38.53, a skater capable of so much more, but we wish her all the very best for the off-season and the 2026-2027 season, where we hope to see her much more successful. And there, the coach, Spela Lovrencic, of her sister, Julija Lovrencic, on screen now. And Julija also acknowledging that she too is coming in with less than ideal prep. She had a back injury since Europeans, and that's hampered her training. But to qualify for the World Championships is an honor. And despite the pain she's in, she wants to proudly represent Slovenia as she skates to music by Jade. A little bit of dress choreography to open the program.
Triple toe double toe combination. She had planned the triple-triple, but the panel will call what they see.
Don't know what she's made of. I would like to be that great. Hallelujah.
Nice triple Lutz. Good flow on the exit. Hard fall on that double axel. Just not enough lift on the entry.
Well, knowing the preparation that she's had, knowing she's coping with the back injury, perhaps makes sense of then the smile on the face of Julija Lovrencic, a skater who was named as one of 15 young promising athletes in Slovenia, which has helped her to secure some of the necessary funding to train alongside her sister. And I know she and her sister are doing all they can to promote not just Julija, but Slovenian figure skating, and that part of the reason that despite the pain she's in, she's out here at the World Championships.
And that was a great effort from her. I mean, she hasn't had the preparation she's wanted, so I thought that was a solid performance. It's a shame the double axel. I mean,
frustrating.
That jump is can be a problem.
But yeah, so frustrating that it's the axle, the easiest, lowest value element, which you can see. I think that will be the reaction as Spela hugs her off the rink. And Spela was just explaining that they're doing all they can to push Slovenian figure skating, and it's so wonderful when you've got the backup from your family too, because there's nobody more invested in you as your family to help push things forward as we look at the intended triple-triple. Nice rotational position in the air, but just too heavy in the toe there to be able to make a triple-triple.
When the toe drags like that, it just slows you down. And then the takeoff of this double axel, she just does not get enough lift. She almost steps a little bit wide, and then the edge comes a little around. You can see she just can't finish the rotation in stand-up.
And that will have felt so uncomfortable. But even there, seeing her sister, you can almost tell that they perhaps had some challenging run-throughs in practice, because neither of them look wholly surprised at the result of the performance.
And who knows, maybe that position on the takeoff of that jump causes more back pain than some of the other jumps. I mean, there can be certain things that tweak and hurt at certain times on different jumps.
So true. And another athlete juggling a lot. She's studying design management at Ljubljana University. That allows her to still stay in Bled and train with Spela as they await the scores. So the leader, Ruiyang Zhang from China, is a country mile ahead in 58.96. It's 47.81. As we see another 2-point deduction, one for the fall that's mandatory and another time deduction, a time violation as well. So perhaps taking too long to get to start position, or the music just a little bit too extended. But kudos to Julia and Spela. As Ekaterina Kurakova, the coach, and Katerina Kalinda passionately look in the eyes of the next skater. The first of the two Estonian women competing, Nataly Langerbaur. Her short program at the European Championships was really stellar, and you can see her simulating the takeoff there of her triple loop, which will be the first of her planned elements as she skates to the Lana Del Rey track, 13 beaches.
That was a beautiful triple loop, arms up over her head.
Almost all the time.
Natalie's elected to do her combination later in the program to hopefully receive that 10% bonus. It's coming up here. It's meant to be a triple flip. Double toe combination, and well done.
The risk paid off. We're back on track, Tanya, with happy skaters and happy performances as Estonia's Nataly Langerbaur skates a clean short program. This her second World Championships, and confirmation of how good this program has been for a skater who also delivered a solid short program at the European Championships in Sheffield 2 months ago.
She did, and I think the ease of her skating, it just is so inviting. You just want to watch her continue to skate because she just looks so beautiful. She's out there skating. Nice job.
And although she doesn't maybe have the same technical difficulty because there's not a triple-triple, this is the best skating skills that we've seen thus far. Akin to what you've just said, Tanya, the movement quality that she has, the body control she has, will be reflected in the judges' second mark. And for Nataly, having to get the minimum technical element score to compete at World Championships. Not anybody can compete at the Worlds. They have to achieve a minimum technical element score, and she's had a great season leading up to this as we look at that opening triple loop.
Solid position, nice tight leg position, arms up in the air. Excellent stretch and flow on the landing. Here's the combination, the triple flip, double toe combination.
It took 13 beaches.
Later in the program, she received a bonus for that. I mean, the combination alone was worth 8 points, and that's a lot of points. So well done.
And it was lovely to see the way in which she acknowledged the landings with her arms, just doing all she can without the same base value, no triple triple, but pushing the grade of execution. That is just the best reaction. Couldn't be happier for her. Long-time coaches Irina and Katerina scoot into the kiss and cry to join her as they await to see the kind of score she'll receive. The European Championships in Sheffield, she posted a 56.21 and she was elated with that score. Perhaps even better here with the increase in confidence from that event. Can she have a new International Skating Union personal best score to add to her ISU biography? Yes, she can. A 56.56 for Nataly Langerbaur from Estonia, and that a very healthy score to likely qualify for the top 24, but I shouldn't speak too soon. We've got a lot of skaters before we start to see the Q mark assigned to those that have guaranteed a participation in the second portion of the competition. Coaches Cedric and Rodolphe cast their eyes on the next skater, Jade Hovine. She's a four-time Belgian silver medalist, but wasn't guaranteed to compete here until the withdrawal of Luna Hendricks, only finding out 3.5 weeks ago, hoping to embrace the opportunity. She skates to him à l'amour.
Le ciel bleu sur nous peut s'effondrer et la terre peut bien s'écrouler. Et ma mère, si tu m'aimais.
Really admire her taking so much time to set the scene choreographically before heading into her first jumping pass.
Tant que l'amour inondera mes matins.
Triple Lutz double toe, well done. You know, you have to think, Mark, maybe that just helps settle her down and get her prepared for what is coming in this short program. That was lovely. A lovely start. Maybe looked a little bit under-rotated and not able to stay on one foot on the landing. I'm sure that would be double axel under-rotated.
Was the most phenomenal track, I'm sure inspired by Celine Dion at the Paris Olympic Games. Jade Hovine skates with passion, and she had wonderful pacing in the short program. She somehow managed to find more time to settle into the choreography than others do within the mandatory time of 2 minutes 50 seconds. That said, some of the jumping passes were unsuccessful, and if you were just casting your eye on the top left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see at this event opportunity to see which of the elements the judges will review when a yellow line is placed under the box, and there are quite a few elements just being assessed again by the technical panel to decide upon the fate of her score. I think that Tanya Jade will be so happy though to have managed to go out and represent herself well, especially given the lack of acknowledgement of the event, and knowing that she's studying towards her master's in law as well, to then increase the training time necessary and divert away from her studies must have been a challenge heading towards this World Championships.
Absolutely, but you know what, this opening combination I thought was really strong. Triple Lutz, double toe combination. There's no problems there. It's later in the program where she just doesn't seem to have enough energy to be able to complete revolutions. You'll see here on the triple loop, you want to watch where her foot is as she lands. Right here, it's a little bit short of rotation, and then she sits back on her heel, has to step out of it.
I think perhaps lucky not to have had a fall on that.
Absolutely lucky not to have a fall. But you know, going down on her knee in the middle of the program and stopping and then starting again, that's also very tiresome. It is harder to do that within the program.
To restart the energy.
To get that energy going again into another jump. So
and build up the speed necessary for the components.
Exactly. Showing her flexibility here on this spin with her leg extended up over her head.
And all three of the spins achieve the maximum level 4, so she has some points to fall back on in that regard. As coaches Cedric and Rudolf join her. And shout out to choreographer Thomas Rochelet. He a skater, but also a successful aerialist who was on Canada's Got Talent. So she's got a good team of people behind her, helping her both technically and choreographically. So it's a 47.05 for Jade, 8th place, but her reaction to that suggests she's mindful that that's the kind of score she would expect following that skate. Good to see the smile still in her face. And she slots into the 8th place of the 10 competitors thus far and shares a hug with her coaches now. And so that concludes the first 2 groups. There are 6 groups in this women's short program at the International Skating Union Figure Skating World Championships 2026 in Prague. The ice will be prepared now. The Zamboni will get ready to provide the best possible ice quality for this very prestigious event. A 15-minute ice cut now, but you do not want to miss what is to come as we look ahead to seeing the likes of Kaori Sakamoto try to take her 4th World Championship crown.
We just finished the first 2 groups here at the ISU World Championships in the women's short program. We have Ruiyang Zhang currently sitting in 1st place. We've seen season's best, personal best, flash. What are you taking away from this right now?
I'm taking away that Prague ISU 2026 World Championships will be at the highest level possible, and we might really go through any drop from the Olympic Games. We might even go up in the results.
Could it be possible? Groups coming up, what we are looking for, we have triple Absolutely. So, Prague, make sure while you're watching these athletes, you see something amazing, you shout. You see something not so amazing, you shout.
Visit Czechia. Feel free. Pour ma beauté, je fais confiance à mon esthéticienne. Avec ses soins de beauté professionnels, ma peau est plus belle, mon visage paraît plus jeune et éclatant de beauté. Dans les instituts de beauté Guino et Maricorps. Pour ma beauté, je fais confiance à mon esthéticienne. Avec ses soins de beauté professionnels, ma peau est plus belle, mon visage paraît plus jeune et éclatant de beauté. Dans les instituts de beauté Guino et Maricorps.
Ještě jednou hezké odpoledne, dámy a pánové, vítejte v O2 aréně po 33 letech. Jsme svědky ISU mistrovství světa v krasobruslení. To poslední se odehrávalo v našem hlavním městě v roce 1993 a vězte, že až do neděle se můžeme těšit na ten nejelegantnější a nejatraktivnější zimní sport a hlavně na absolutně špičkové výkony. A dá se říct, že ty souboje, které odstartovaly dnes dopoledne, tak si myslím, aspirují na to, aby se Praha zapsala do dějin krasobruslení, protože se možná dočkáme skutečně historických momentů. Zatím jsme zhruba v jedné čtvrtině krátkého programu žen a myslím si, že velmi náročnou pozici měla před sebou česká reprezentantka Barbora Vrankova, která co by první se představila přímo zde v samotném středu O2 arény a musím říct, že zatím můžeme být my, fanoušci a fanoušky českého krasobruslení spokojení, protože ta cesta směrem do finálové 24 je pro Barboru stále otevřená. Díky moc za to, že jste dorazili už ve středu dopoledne a že znovu dokazujete, že český sportovní fanoušek je jednoznačně tím nejlepší na celém světě. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We just began the ISU Figure Skating World Championship 2026 here in Prague, and we will definitely have a wonderful time here in the O2 Arena. Let me tell you, we've been waiting for this moment for 33 years, and what a performance we've just seen with the Chinese representative and also with the first skater, Barbora Vrankova, representing Czechia. She was first, and she still has a chance to be in final 24, but we will see later on. Of course, you have a chance to enjoy the ISU Figure Skating World Championship, not only in the center of the arena, but also you can walk around, enjoy the merch, enjoy the fan village, see the practice arena, and you can walk around, and also you can right now scan the QR code. And in case you will scan the QR code, it's now visible on the giant screen. You can enter the competition and get some official merchandising, something that will become a true memorabilia for those of you who enter the arena. So scan the QR code, just take part in a simple quiz, and then you can pick up your stuff in the fan and shopping village that is situated in the O2 Intermission, and you can get there just between the sectors 113 and 114. This is it. Sami jste viděli tu možnost nasledovat si QR kód a vstoupit do soutěže a odnést si tak něco na památku z ISU mistrovství světa v krasobruslení a zároveň nezapomeňte, že velmi bohatý program probíhá také v Shopping Village, která je umístěna v O2 univerzu, ten nejjednodušší průchod odsud z O2 elektriny je přes sektory 113 a 114. But now it's time to prove the world once again that the best fans are here in Czechia. So it's time to stretch your bodies a bit because we're about to begin with the dance camp. Dámy a pánové, takže se znovu ukázat světu, že jste měli nejlepší nesportovní fanoušky. Je před námi Konstance. Let's enjoy the dance camp. Here we go! Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to check out the highlights of the first two grids of women short program here at the ISU Figure Skating World Championship 2026.
Put your hands up.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Women's Short Program, and here are the skaters for Group 3. Give them a round of applause. Here they are.
Welcome back to the International Skating Union World Figure Skating Championships 2026. Kristen Spours, representing Great Britain, will kick off this third of 6 groups in the Women's Short Program, the first event of this week of World Championship Skating. Followed by Bulgaria's Alexandra Feigin, fresh off the Olympic Winter Games.
From Austria, Olga Mikutina.
And then to Olga Mikutina from Austria.
From Switzerland, Livia Kaiser.
And then to the Swiss representative, Livia Kaiser.
From Norway, Risa Gomez.
And then to Risa Gomez, competing in her 4th and consecutive appearance at the World Championships.
You may now begin your 6-minute warm-up.
And their confirmation of the 5 names in this third warm-up group. This a starting order based on world ranking, and thus the heavy favorites for the medal contenders will come in the closing stages of this competition. Unlike the first 2 groups, we have many competitors now who are fresh off their participation at the Olympic Winter Games, including that of Great Britain's Kristen Spours. She has had the most arduous of seasons. She had a ruptured disc in her spine. She's had to have back surgery as a result, and the consequence of that is that she has lost the feeling in the lower part of her left leg. And so Kristen Spours just showcasing such mental strength to be here. And Kristen acknowledging and being quite vocal and honest about the fact that this is her retirement party from competitive skating.
And so difficult to not have feeling in a foot as you're trying to take off on jumps. I mean, it's incredible what she is doing out here.
As we look ahead to Alexandra Feigin, her father was a former hockey player, and she started skating because he was always bringing her to the rink with him. I'm sure incredibly proud of a skater who became the Bulgarian flag bearer alongside biathlete Vladimir Iliev for Bulgaria last month. And then we head to Austria's Olga Mikutina, the highest ranked of those that competed in the Olympic Winter Games in this group. And this skater, we've referenced throughout the first two groups athletes who are studying and training. But Olga, to help her mum fund her training, she does 10 hours per week on campus at an IT service desk handling phone support because she needed money to help to fund her training. The contribution Olga has made to her academic and skating success is enormous, and this now, again, a celebration of all that being here. And indeed, she's now got a little bit more fame on campus at Montclair University because there was a watch party at the university organized to watch her when she was competing. So she's getting some recognition, and rightly so. As we look ahead now to Livia Kaiser, she, like many of the athletes, comes from a skating family. She had two younger sisters who used to skate, but they're now all elite sports people, one in athletics and one in horseback riding, swimming and running. So confirmation that we're really seeing elite humans from elite families as Livia looks strong with that triple lutz, triple toe. Livia looking relaxed now comparative to her earlier participation in events in the season when she was so desperate to confirm her participation at the Games. As we see Mia Risa Gomez, and much like Livia Kaiser, she has a competitive skating family. She trains with her younger sister Ella in Asker in Norway, and indeed Ella and Mia moved from their hometown and their parents when they were just 13 and 18 years old to pursue their dream of elite competitive figure skating. There is an absolute huge contribution from the family to facilitate Mia continuing to compete here at this stage. And we thank them for it. Wonderful to see her back in her 4th World Championships.
You talk about the family commitment. I mean, it truly is, to compete at an elite level, it's so expensive. It takes so much time and energy and dedication from the whole entire family. So it's always interesting to hear the different stories of these skaters because they all have amazing stories.
Yeah, and like any, we just come fresh off the amazing scenes at the Olympic Winter Games where we see these amazing human feats of physicality, but those are largely made possible by the commitment of others to facilitate it. And I know Kristen Spours on screen now, her parents will be supporting and cheering on many of the athletes fortunate enough to have their families coming out to this amazing O2 Arena in Prague to support them, and those that aren't, definitely proudly watching back home. As they hear the familiar daunting sound of the final moment of warm-up, Mia Risa just cooling down now with double axel. She has the luxury of more time at the off ice after this warm-up. What would be your preference, Tanya? First to skate in the group or last to skate in the group?
You know, I always like skating first for short program. Long program, like second or third, so you have a little bit of a breather, but not too long of a wait. Yeah,
the skaters will be clearing the ice shortly to head backstage. Some skaters choosing to take their skates off, some keeping their skates on. The preparations are different. You kept yours on, me too.
Well, I always felt like they would maybe feel different if I took them off. I had the feeling of the ice and what I did. I think, everyone's different.
We're both too nervy to change anything.
And what if one of those laces broke in the middle and then you had to change lace? I mean, that's all
Nightmare.
that in my mind. So just keep it where it was.
I'm with you. There we see scenes of an impressively busy arena. The O2 Arena has a huge capacity and many here already early in the week to support the skaters. And as we see Kristen Spours competing in what will be her final World Championships. This is a skater who cannot complete the mandatory double axel because of the injuries that she's had.
We are proud individuals living for the city, but the flames couldn't go.
It's a beautiful triple flip to open this short program.
We find God and religion.
Interesting planning. We talk about the left foot. She's going to plan a triple loop, double loop combination, which will take off and land on the right foot to be able to give her a better chance on that. And that was a lovely combination with excellent flow. Good job.
And you can just see in the back of shot Ed Appleby, the British champion that trains with her, supporting her through every step of this short program.
So this is the element coming up that has the takeoff on that left foot that she struggles with. You see how she handles it today. And she ends up doing a single, which will be not worth any points at all, but she doesn't have a fall with it, so there's not added deduction.
You see confirmation of that from the technical panel with the cross on the top left-hand corner of the screen.
And the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Let us use that power. Let us all unite. And we'll ride
through the silent sky that's meant to come down mine. Over fear and into freedom.
Well, Kristen Spours from Great Britain looks up to the sky, and I'm sure that part of the story behind that may be because this is her final competitive performance. It remains to be seen whether or not that will be enough to qualify for the top 24, but the lack of double axel, which she's incapable of attempting because of the rupture in her disc in her spine, it makes it difficult to consider that top 24 spot. So a skater that has fought so hard through surgery to be back on the world stage may have now just had her final competitive performance.
I thought she handled that well, though. I mean, what she could do, she did very well. I mean, triple loop, double loop combination, a solid triple flip. I mean, definitely a strong performance, just minus one important jump.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but if she can't do it, she can't do it. I mean, it's...
And you almost admire the bravery of just going out there knowing that you don't have the capability to compete with us. She shares a hug with her training mate, who we'll see compete in the men's short program. And we often, we have so much to celebrate in what is to come from the contenders for medals, but there's so much to admire in skaters like Kristen in being out here as we see the back three Mohawk entry into what was a really good triple flip.
She has the toe pick of the right foot to help vault her into the air on that jump. And then going into this triple loop. You see how she lands on her right foot, takes off, and lands on her right foot on both jumps. So her right leg is working a lot during that combination.
Having to compensate for what the left leg cannot do.
You have the final words to say before you depart.
Interesting to hear Kristen. There's the axel takeoff, just saying it's been a dream to compete. You can see no propulsion off of the takeoff leg because she can't operate with it. So we congratulate Kristen and all that she's given to this stage, and now just hope that she'll be able and inspired to give back to the next generation of British skaters. Chris Boyadji joins. She's coached by Chris, Zoe and Lloyd Jones back in Swindon.
Kristen Spours získává za svůj krátký program 49,27 bodů.
So 49.2 for Kristen Spours. But so much to be incredibly proud of as an ambassador for resilience.
Se svým krátkým programem se jako další představí reprezentantka Bulharska.
Ladies and gentlemen from Bulgaria.
And we head now to the Bulgarian representative, Alexandra Feigin. She was 28th at the Olympic Winter Games in Milano. How Alexandra would love to qualify within the top 24 spots to make it through to the free skate. She prepares to perform her short program to the theme for Schindler's List.
A lot of flow on that triple toe, opening the short program. Triple loop, stepping right up into her flying camel spin. The double axel. I think thus far what you notice is the good quality of all the elements she has attempted with the green boxes in the top, but just nice flow and good connectivity throughout the whole program.
And significantly, no reviews either from the technical panel as yet. Great sit behind feature. Well, smiles and celebration all round from the coaches as Alexandra Feigin completes a clean short program.
Alexandra
As I mentioned, she didn't make the top 24 in Milan. She had a score of 53.42 at that event, but this definitely a stronger performance for the Bulgarian skater. A skater whose life goal of hers is to help homeless animals, and actually she plans to create a foundation and charity for rescue animals after her career.
That's amazing.
And she, interestingly, Alexandra is showcasing not giving much emotion away at the conclusion of the performance, perhaps that very much reflective of what she's been delivering in practice. But particularly admirable after the roller coaster post-Olympics, which, you know, it's got to be a recurring talking point at this championship because it is an emotional roller coaster that the athletes have been on since they last competed.
Oh, for sure, and you know, gathering that strength to just get ready to compete again. But there's a lot of good quality, as I said earlier, triple toe combination, tapping back for the second jump almost higher than the first jump, plenty of height, tight rotation, excellent leg position.
The amount of flow carried through that jump, really impressive.
And then again on the triple loop, you can watch the landing there.
And where we see the judges reward more is the amount of running edge. So this, the double axel, see how much of this back outside edge, a little bit scratchier there, and so when fatigue sets in, the length of the edge shortens, and that will be impacting the score. But this is so good.
This is such a great position in the sit spin, and she had an excellent center within it, so it just really kept spinning so nicely.
And that should satisfy a positive feature of some semblance of creativity. Again for DOE, as her longtime coach Andrei Lutai joins her. Andrei and Ina working with her in Sofia. So 53.42 in Milan. What will it be in Prague for Bulgaria's Alexandra Feigin? It's a 58.05. And a little bit more of a smile and reaction there from Alexandra as her coach applauds that. Now, confirmation as we see the Q mark going up beside the names of those athletes who have confirmed their participation in the free skate.
Se svým krátkým programem si jako další představí reprezentantka Rakouska.
And now to the Austrian champion,
Olga Mikutina.
a skater studying business at Montclair University. She's worked so hard to balance her academic pursuit and her elite competitive skating, performing in her 6th World Championships to the track Reckoning song.
Triple Lutz, triple toe combination. You can see that the panel will review it probably just to make sure that the rotation is complete. Such a hard fall on her hip. When she was going into that, I thought her speed was excellent, but she just got off on that takeoff and was so tilted. What a shame.
Such clever, intricate choreography, unique movement within this step sequence. Love the creativity of that finish with the toe picks. Olga Mikutina, though, of course, disappointed with the mistake made on the triple flip, which will be incredibly impactful on her total segment score. But this skater that is now a two-time Olympian, 6th World Championships, but while she has managed to stay within the top 20 in the world for all of those occasions, it's amazing that she's moved across to the United States. She's studying business at university. She's had so much change throughout her life, but the skating has been a constancy for her, and I so appreciate and admire her ability to maintain consistency as the drone chases her off the ice.
That is difficult to have that longevity that she's had. Very difficult.
Challenging with all those variables. Even as her coach Elena Romanova greets her off the ice, they have a Zoom relationship because some of her training is done with remote coaching. So many changes throughout the course of her participation at this level, but she's managed to still deliver with all those variables behind the scenes. But I say all that with the greatest of respect, but of course have to acknowledge that on this occasion, whilst there is so much to admire, the flip will be costly.
This is the triple Lutz. I'm looking a little short on the triple Lutz there, but getting around on the triple toe. So just a little bit of a minus there on the grade of execution.
There's some good pop on this axle. A little bit more drive than I've seen from her in the past, I feel.
And here's the entrance to the flip, and you're gonna see she starts off so pre-rotated, and look at the tilt on the body, and then you can see she under-rotated in that fall on the hip. Ouch, that hurt me.
Yeah.
Those things you remember what they feel like.
Oh, never forget.
But you know, in her defense, she had really strong spins, all level 4 spins, level 4 on the step sequence, and some interesting choreography. So her score, I think, is going to be better than maybe you think because of that.
The composition was great. So many unique movements. Shout out to choreographer Rostislav Sinitsyn for the creativity. Composition score, the second mark, could really help Olga. Yes.
Yes.
So the first of the athletes to have a score above the 60-point marker. In the sense she's wondering what it could have been. For Olga Mikutina from Austria.
Se svým krátkým programem si jako další představí reprezentantka Švýcarska.
We head now to the silver medalist from the Swiss National Championships. Coach Sindra watches ringside as Livia Kaiser gets ready to skate a piece of music that she has always wanted to skate to, saving it for the Olympic season, and this potentially the last time that she will perform it. The track by Whitney Houston, I Will Always Love You.
If I should stay, I would only be in your way, so I'll go, but I know
Triple Lutz unable to hang on to the landing of it. It was a big jump, just a little bit back off of her heels and unable to have the flow on the finish.
and
Love the exit on that double axel, the flow, and then the turn, and then stepping right into the spin.
Beautiful.
her combination was planned on the first jump, so the next jump is planned to be a triple loop, so hopefully she can put another jump on the end of it so she can have a completed combination in a short program. And there she goes, triple loop, double toe. Well done.
Switzerland's Livia Kaiser unable to deliver the triple-triple that we have seen so brilliantly in practice. But this is a skater, like so many others, that has been on such a journey this season. I think for a long time she kept having to try to prove, not to the ISU or the International Olympic Committee, but to the Swiss Olympic governing body to send her to the games. And so often, I think with injuries being kept at bay, she kept struggling throughout the season. This, although not perfect, looked like a skater free from the burden of trying to just qualify for the games. And that was the most emotionally charged short program performance that I've seen from Livia to this music that she so loves.
I agree. She looked a little bit more relaxed.
Yes.
And that enhanced the performance for sure.
Completely. And it'll be interesting to see how that plays into the judges' second mark, as you see her just though reliving the triple toe. Obviously there you can see the frustration now. She wanted to showcase the triple toe in warm-up was like +3 grade of execution, incredibly good quality, but unable to deliver it when it counts, and that's consuming, I think, her mental space right now. This week, have to start to consider how will this impact her in terms of qualification. She needs only above a 50.59, and she should do that. Look at the outside edge, such a good take-up edge.
Yeah, just got a little bit back on her heel on the landing of that jump.
It's crazy to think that that step out can have such big, costly implications for the athlete.
Yeah, but so impressive because that mistake at the very beginning didn't affect the rest of the performance. If anything, I thought the performance grew and got bigger and stronger. Maybe
Conscious that she needed those component scores to save her in terms of the qualification. And this is an athlete who travels a 3-hour round trip daily for training. Commitment from Livia and her team is resolute. As we see her upright variation in the change feet combo spin. And there the layback spin, which is currently under review, given a level 3, not a level 4. As we see a wonderful neckline and elegant finish position. Sindra Kriza and Linda Van Troyen, the coaches who have helped Livia and so many other up-and-coming Swiss junior skaters.
The scores, please.
She closes her eyes to await her fate. And seeing a 54.91 is disappointing, but seeing that she has qualified for the free skate in 2 days will hopefully be some redemption to give her opportunity to fight back in the free skate, and they're an exhalation. Oh, job done. And now to the Norwegian representative, Mia Risa Gomez. 2 years ago in Montreal, she managed top 24, but not so last year in Boston. Hoping for more success now in what is her 4th World Championships as Mia prepares to skate to Chasing Cars.
A little bit of pre-rotation on that takeoff with a triple toe, unable to stand up.
If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world?
Struggling with the triple flip as well. Not the way she wanted to start this show program.
Show me a garden that's bursting into life.
She manages the double axel. If I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Total admiration for the way in which Mia Risa Gomez from Norway continued to perform, because the two falls on the most valuable elements in this skate must have been crushingly disappointing, and yet even now she showcases a professionalism in acknowledging the crowd who were so warm in support of her. But what's interesting is that the warmth given to Mia Risa Gomez now in that performance, they may be surprised and excited to know that that skate may have facilitated the Czech skater Barbora Vrankova actually qualifying for the free skate, because that was a tough performance for Mia.
Yeah, she really kept her head together, though. I mean, she did. It looks like she achieved level 4 on all 3 spins, which, hey, that's racking up points as well. I mean, you've got to fight all the way through it, and that makes it so hard when the first 2 elements don't go the way you want, and to be able to continue on and fight through it, I mean, that's training.
And as we said, you know, she trains with her sister Ella. For her sister watching this, what an amazing example of professionalism that her sister showcases. There's got to be such disappointment, but what a role model in the way she conducted herself during this, as we see the opening triple toe, planned triple toe combo.
Just got a little bit ahead of the rotation, pre-rotation, and just couldn't get the lift she needed to be able to finish that jump. And then this triple flip didn't look horrible. It just, she just couldn't finish it. It gets a little bit pre-rotated, but just off the heel again.
Yeah, perhaps a lack of confidence. I'm not sure for me what's been happening in training, but there just didn't seem to be a conviction or confidence, so perhaps training hasn't been as comfortable as she would have liked. And she's had, she competed at the Sonia Henne Trophy at the beginning of this month. She had a 57.58 short program score just a few weeks ago. So that just showcases really the volatility of competing at this level. But she has some Norwegian teddy bear to support her, and the way in which she continues to conduct herself is exemplary. So the qualifying score currently needs to be above 50.6, and it's far from that, unfortunately, for Mia. She has, however, facilitated Barbora Vrankova from the host nation, making it to the free skate in 2 days' time. Good to see Hilda and the team leader giving all the support that's necessary for Mia right now. So there, the cue mark dictates the top 6 that have made it through to the free skate on Friday, and they're the standings a little lower down as we get ready to welcome the 4th of 6 groups in this, the women's short program at the ISU 2026 World Figure Skating Championships. And running onto the ice, one of the youngest competitors in the field, Finland's Iida Karhunen.
Ekaterina Kurakova.
And next to one of the most popular skaters on the circuit, the ever charismatic Ekaterina Kurakova. And the third skater in this group, a skater who gave us some glorious moments at the Olympic Winter Games, Romania's Julija Sauter.
Jia Shin.
To Jia Shin, who celebrated her 18th birthday just last week, the 4-time silver medalist at the Junior World Championships.
Haein Lee.
And from one Korean skater to another, Haein Lee, the 20-year-old from Seoul, takes to the ice.
From France, Lorine Schild.
Then to the 21-year-old from Rheims, Lorine Schild, representing France.
Here, you may now start your 6-minute warm-up.
As we see the skaters warming up there, a reminder of the start order for this 4th group in the women's short program. We start to see some skaters that are aspiring medal contenders, and certainly those that would be eager to settle themselves within the top 10. There, Iida Karhunen, the 17-year-old who was the Finnish flag bearer for the closing ceremony in Milan last month. The flag almost as big as she is, a skater that has gone from that Olympic experience to gaining more traction and recognition. She was actually recently featured in the Scandinavian edition of Vogue magazine. So, like so many of the athletes, becoming an Olympian facilitates some very unique and different life experiences.
So great for her. She's got a bright future ahead of her, for sure.
Surely. And from one newly recognized Olympian to a now 2-time Olympian, Ekaterina Kurakova, the 23-year-old, as I say, is just renowned as being such a fan favorite. Ekaterina exhibits such emotional connectivity and engagement, and always an athlete who is cognizant of the need to entertain an audience, not just the judges.
Please welcome from Poland, Ekaterina Kurakova.
And despite less technical base value at the games, she managed to find herself in 20th place, largely due to the strength of her second mark. As we look ahead to Julija Sauter, who had one of the highlights of the games. If you have not seen Julija Sauter's reaction to seeing her scores after the free skate in Milan, you have to look back. Her reaction to the personal best was just so brilliant and entertaining, and comical really, because she couldn't quite believe the score she was given, but many that watched would actually believe she was worthy of more. She's showcased huge progression. And hoping to continue in ascending that ISU personal best. As we see Jia Shin on screen. As I mentioned, 4 times she was the runner-up at the Junior World Championships, and this is her Senior World Championship debut. She was classy and elegant at the Olympic Games, finding herself just outside the top 10 there, but her result here at the World Senior Championships alongside the next skater will be pivotal in providing more representation for Korea next year at the World Championships held in Tampere, Finland. So from the Korean national champion to Haein Lee, who was 5th at the Korean national championships. However, she did finish above Jia Shin at the games last month. She's majoring in global business, and her studies include the development of sport and sports history, which she said helps her appreciate that nothing comes easy. Now, amazingly, in her 5 World Championships, she has always placed within the top 10.
Well, she was 8th at the Olympics too,
yeah,
so I mean, that she just, hopefully she can keep it going.
Too true, and maybe she could go back towards podium contention like she did in 2023 when she was a silver medalist in Saitama. As we see the French national silver medalist Lorine Schild, the 21-year-old. She, again, another skater at the Olympic Winter Games. She had an amazing Grand Prix de France earlier in the season. She just smashed out some significant personal bests, both in the short program and in the free skate, and overall hasn't replicated that subsequently. So hopefully the final event of the season will be what she wants to continue her ascension.
Skaters, there is 1 minute remaining in this warm-up.
You know, we can't help but continually reference the Olympic Winter Games, but it's interesting because all 6 skaters in this group, they've all shared that Olympic experience together. They're united, they're competing against one another, but they are united in the life experience of the madness of the last month or two in their life, or last season.
Absolutely, and you know, so much experience can be gained from that, and you know, it's interesting to see how they keep building upon that experience.
And it would be so interesting to just see energetically how things are in practices this week and in the changing room even, because so few people will be able to have empathy and understanding for what they're all going through. But all 6 skaters are united in elation and exhaustion of this point in their life. One last big push at the end of the season. The World Championships deserves to try to mentally override the exhaustion and deliver in this, which is ordinarily, in 3 other seasons of the Olympic cycle, the most prestigious event of all.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely different after the Olympic Games, but still so important for the future.
And you make a good point. And actually, it's particularly pertinent for the skater on screen now, Iida Karhunen, who holds hands with her longtime coach Marina Shirsheva, because next year's World Championships is held in Finland, and how Iida Karhunen would love to potentially creep into the top 10 in what is her Senior World Championship debut. Look out for the blinkography at the start of her short program. A very unique opening to this program that has gained her some attention and traction worldwide as she interprets the music in a very unique way to start the program. Super cool.
choosing to start the short program with a double axel. Many skaters often want to get the combination over with, and some like to do a double axel to get their feet underneath them, so it was well done. Unable to hang on the landing of the triple toe after the triple flip combination.
Great example of the difficult entry and the use of the difficult blade feature in this flying camel spin.
At that center too, that was lovely. Excellent flow on that triple Lutz.
Really creative and unique angular arm movements to boost the presentation and the composition score.
And she's maintaining it through from the start of the program, nearing the end of the program. Well done.
There, the choreographer, Adam Salja, applauds his student, Iida Karhunen from Finland. All she can think about right now is a triple flip, triple toe combination that was less than successful comparative to what she's used to. However, that short program, which is likely the last time we will see that this season, has really been a very good vehicle for a skater in their debut on the senior circuit. From my understanding, Iida Karhunen is not a particularly extroverted young lady off the ice, and yet they've found a unique vehicle for her to express herself in a way that has gained her some traction and attention this season. And it's exciting to see, for me, what will this team do, the coaching staff and choreography team, for this young skater next year.
Well, and that's so key. I mean, there's so many variables that go into preparing for this season with the program, and this was well done because it really was able to showcase her strengths on the ice with the technical ability, as well as adding a little bit more in the choreography. And here's the opening.
You know, choosing to do so, I mean, it seems absurd really to acknowledge it, blinkography, but it's unique, and it's not often. As we look at the double axel, we've seen millions of double axels in our sport. We haven't seen somebody use their eyelids to interpret music before, so you know, it has to be admired and respected. But this was not her stellar jump combo that she wanted. Flip was good.
Flip was good. Yeah, I think she needed maybe a little bit more speed on the landing of that flip in order to have a little bit better flow on the blade to finish that triple toe.
And there, Coach Marina, there's the Lutz.
This was well done later in the program.
She's been with Coach Marina for over a decade, and actually you'll see Marina's got a whole lot of stress this week, coach on the right hand side of the screen, because she is the mother of the US pairs champion who's competing in the pairs event later to come today.
The scores, please.
So Iida had a 65.06 short program at the games. She has a 61.4 on this occasion. Good to see the judges have gone with pretty positive composition score to help her lead the field. She looks disappointed.
I think she knows she can do better. She knows she can complete that combination. And I'm sure we'll see it in the free skate
Let's
in a
hope.
couple days.
Se svým krátkým programem se jako další představí reprezentantka Polska.
And now to another skater in their 6th World Championships. Listen to the reaction of the audience. There are so many Polish flags being waved abundantly around the arena. She is incredibly popular. Skating to Ninsis Pa, Ekaterina Kurakova.
N'insiste pas quand je me lance et que tu penses m'arrêter. N'insiste pas quand je te dis que tes gestes ont parlé. N'insiste pas quand je dis non. N'insiste pas sans condition. N'insiste pas, ouais. N'insiste pas quand je balance des mots doux mais plus à toi. N'insiste pas, sans toi j'avance et je ne te laisse plus le choix. N'insiste pas, jamais je veux enterrer.
Triple toe, double toe combination. She had a triple plan, not enough flow on that landing, but she still completes a combination.
Que tu me laisses, qu'un jour tout s'arrête. Fini les promesses qui tournent dans ma tête. Faut que tu me laisses, qu'un jour tout s'arrête. Fini les promesses, tourne dans ma tête.
What you notice is the maturity of her skating. You can see how she held her landing on the double axel and holds her movements and accentuates them. I think that definitely adds to her popularity because she really engages with her music.
She's authentic.
J'ai trop souffert et ta violence a fini par me briser. N'insiste pas, ouais, je n'en peux plus, ouais. Je suis foutu, hey. Je te dis que je suis foutu. Me laisse, qu'un jour tout s'arrête. Fini les promesses.
Excellent triple loop. Arms up over her head.
Tourne dans ma tête. N'insiste pas, j'ai temps d'oublier. N'insiste pas, ton temps est passé. N'insiste pas sur ce que tu m'as dit. Tu m'avais promis stop. N'insiste pas, tout est terminé. Tu m'as juré, tu m'as cassé la gueule. Si tu m'aimais, tu m'as cassé la gueule. Aujourd'hui je m'en vais, je pense à ma gueule. N'insiste pas, c'est ce que tu me disais tous les jours. Ce que je voulais c'était ton amour. N'insiste pas quand je t'empêche de poser tes mains sales sur moi. N'insiste pas, t'es dangereux. Putain, tu caches bien ton jeu. N'insiste pas, c'est terminé. Faut que tu me laisses. Qu'un jour tout s'arrête, fini les promesses qui tournent dans ma tête.
Proud coach and choreographer Florent Amodio applauds Ekaterina Kurakova, as do thousands in this O2 arena in Prague. And you can see Ekaterina just acknowledging perhaps the shock to see so many Polish flags in and around the venue supporting her. And what is poignant with this, the fan base that has grown for this young woman has often been because of her high energy, happy, upbeat performances. This is a total different stylization, but she brought such sincerity and authenticity to her movement that I found utterly compelling.
Absolutely, you could almost hear a pin drop in the arena, except for when the applause would erupt as she completed elements. But wow, she just drew the audience in from start to finish. That was so well done.
And actually, you know, it doesn't have the technical content near any of the others that are qualified already, but that was a different level of the presentation. So the second mark, which perhaps doesn't get enough airtime, the second mark given and delivered by the judges has to acknowledge presentation and composition, the way in which a program is performed in relation to the music. And she had so many layers of performance and emotion throughout.
And then you look at the technical ability. triple toe, double toe here, just not enough flow to get enough run on the blade to get enough height to do the triple, but still well done. She completed it with positive GOE. Watching the run of the blade on the landing of that double axel, and then the rotation position here on the triple loop.
And straight into some complexity of transition. Oh, that's a shame. Change for combo spin, just coming in at level 1. So where she was hoping to have a buffer from the technical element score would have been in the spins. To see that coming in at level 1 is a shame. And there, the coach that she is so incredibly thankful to, she has acknowledged that he has breathed life into her appreciation for performing. He's responsible in part for the fandom that she's amassed because of what he has helped extract from her in terms of choreography and presentation. So she achieved a 60 at the games with the same content. It's a 58, partly perhaps because of the change foot combo spin. And 4th place for Ekaterina. So confirmation that we will get to see that incredibly expressive skater again in 2 days' time in the women's free skate. Well, there, one former Romanian Olympic competitor to another, as Roxana Luca hugs Julija Sauter, who is obviously visibly emotional already before starting this performance. I saw her taking some falls in warm-up, not sure exactly the story, but we sincerely hope now that whatever has taken place since the warm-up, Julija is able to deliver. She will skate to Seven Nation Army.
I'm gonna fight alone. A Seven Nation Army couldn't hold me there. They're gonna rip it off.
Oh, single Lutz. So unfortunate, because that's just such a big loss of points.
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Oh, back and forth through my mind behind the cigarette.
Oh, good girl. Triple loop, double toe. Great fight. Getting a combination in there. Seems to be getting stronger with each jump that she does in this program. Landing her double axel, stepping right into her flying sit spin.
Well, a nod of acceptance perhaps from the skater. Not sure the perception of the coach Roxana ringside. So sad that we won't see the joyful reaction from Julija Sauter and the kiss and cry that we were so delighted to see happening at the Olympic Winter Games. We'll find out what happened. She will speak probably with the host, maybe Ashley Wagner, as she gets off the ice. We might get an insight into what happened from the point Julija was on warm-up to the departure of her coach's ringside. Something certainly was not optimal before she started, and that the reason for the popped opening combo, which is taking almost 10 points off what she could have been scoring.
Yeah, the damage was done, unfortunately, at the first element. But again, very impressive that she kept her wits about her and was able to perform a triple loop double toe combination and a solid double axel. And her spins, I mean, all three of her spins were a level 4, step sequence was a level 3. So still trying to rack up as many points as possible.
And this is really interesting. You can see her coach was a former Olympian for Romania. Julija has taken that baton on. She's now the most successful Romanian women's skater, the first Romanian woman to be a top 10 at Europeans. But something certainly has happened as we look back at what was the costly mistake.
So quick in her knees on that takeoff of what was to be a triple Lutz, and you see the look on her face as she comes out knowing, oh, I know I can do this.
And they're doing well to get the triple loop double toe. You can see the fresh tattoo on her back, the Olympic rings adorning her left shoulder blade. And behind the mistake, the default quality of her skating skills were superior to that which we've seen so far. There was more flow, there was more edge control and comfort in the way that she moved. So from a skating skills perspective, it was good, but it wasn't delivered with the same fervor and conviction that we saw at her previous 2 championship appearances this season. Simona Punga and Roxana Hartmann, formerly Roxana Luka, in the kiss and cry with Julija as she waits to find out if it was enough to qualify for the free skate. She'd only need a 49.92, so it's a 52.67, only 8th place, but we will see Julija Sauter again, and hopefully back to the form that we saw so beautifully delivered from her in Milan. But at least good to see now that the tears might be a happier version of the tears we saw before she completed that performance. As we head now to the first of 2 Korean women competing in this group.
The Republic of Korea, Jia Shin.
The ever delicate and elegant skater from Korea, Jia Shin. She possesses such a refinement in many of her movements, and the music so fitting for the quality this skater possesses. Frédéric Chopin's Nocturne number 20.
Triple Lutz stepping out of it. Feel like it was a little slow on that landing, unfortunately. Beautiful bower into a double axel. So difficult to get your weight over that front foot from the weight being over 2 feet. Lovely. put in the combination on the second jump, triple flip, double toe. Chia's skating has such a delicate quality about it, but such strength within her technical abilities.
The body movement showcasing such class. Well, great to hear the appreciation from the crowd at the O2 Arena in Prague for Jia Shin, but unfortunately this season has given a nemesis short program for the skater. She fell on the jump combo in the short program at the Olympic Winter Games, struggling on the intended triple lutz combo at the start of this program, and I think whilst there is so much to admire and recognize in her almost effervescent ease, it doesn't zing and shine when there's a technical element score mistake. The kind of interpretation that she possesses so beautifully isn't aided with mistakes. It really is a different kind of perspective on the presentation score from the skater when there's a mistake. She's the skater that, when it's clean, is divine. And the free skate has showcased that. She was 7th in the free skate at the Olympics. The free is certainly been her success as we see that combo, or intended combo.
Yeah, the free leg just looks like it just kind of sits there and is a little late coming out in order to try to be able to have the flow on the landing to be able to do the next jump that was planned. But triple flip, oh, that was the triple X again, sorry. Here's the triple flip, where she does complete it and then is able to put a double toe. She had planned a triple-triple combination at the opening of this program, so just not enough flow to do the triple-triple.
It was debatable. I thought, I wonder if Jia will go for the triple toe at the end. Probably it was a smart elected decision to go
I would
double.
agree with you. That was very smart, but there's a beautiful Bielmann position at the end of her layback. You can see the reaction, like knowing what she left on the table.
And the practice earlier today was clean. So
beautiful.
That's what makes it more frustrating, is that you've already delivered on this ice. Once, just not the time that it most counts. So we have to wait now to see how much of an impact that score will be. Her quality will well keep her above what we have seen thus far, but her eyes are on things above her later to come. 65.24. And a wave in acknowledgement of it as Jia Shin takes the lead. With 14 more skaters to go. So the first of the skaters competing at this 2026 World Championships in the women's short program, who has already been a medalist at this event. Silver in 2023 for the 20-year-old. She uses the Christopher Tin track Sirens for her short program.
Ah, triple lutz, triple toe. Just beautiful. excellent edge quality coming out of that double axel with the turns and the stretch. Triple flip, well done.
Really good, creative execution quality in maintaining speed on the sit spin.
Strong spin positions.
And this, Haein's favorite element in her short program, the step sequence.
You can see that with the freedom she has with her body movement and really using those edges on the turns, building with the music.
You know, what a dynamic and engaging finish, but then the humbleness to then take the little bow after the music's off, almost like she was apologizing for the aggressive finish in front of the judges. Haein Lee really delivers again. And as I mentioned in warm-up, 5 World Championships, she's always placed top 10, 8th in the most recent Olympic Winter Games. And this, really one of her best. She has previously had more difficult content. She has triple axel, or has had triple axel, but she does now skate with the maturity of age and experience, and she has a different perspective now because of the degree that she's studying. She has a crazy schedule. She has a 4-hour round trip from her home to uni, never mind putting in her training for competing at this level. And she just seems to bring this season a different, freer perspective to her performance.
So much confidence. You can see it. Just, it exudes from her.
Almost like a piece with her self-confidence. Just seeing there though, triple toe under rotated. So that will have an impact on the score. I was pretty sure she'd go above 70 points, but that will pull down the tech score. And then maybe, I suppose on retrospect, perhaps a little tight on the triple flip there. I appreciated so much the program component scores, but maybe the technical element score will be a little less than she was hoping for.
But the spin positions, I mean, here we look at the tight back tuck in the spit, sit spin, the upright spin, just such quality positions.
Speed was great on the spins. I didn't notice Haein Lee having such speed in the spins. That's probably my favorite part, the little bow following the performance. So her compatriot Jia Shin leads the field with 65.24. How costly now will the retrospective impact of that under-rotated triple toe be for Haein Lee? This is 68.5. And she has a 3.25 point buffer above her compatriot Jia Shin as Korea leads at this stage. But importantly, they need a good joint total to help beat Korean representation next year. As we look ahead now to the 21-year-old French national silver medalist Malika Tahir, the coach, applauds her student, who Lorine also, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, will open with the jump combination. 10 points on offer, at least, if she can manage to deliver it with a base value. Skating to Stairway to Heaven.
Triple Lutz, triple toe. Almost thought she was going to have a hard time holding on to that landing of that triple Lutz, but man, she got that leg out and tapped in for the triple toe. Good job. Beautiful triple loop, right with the music. Just enhances the performance even more when they can do that as a skater.
Well, we have seen other skaters in this women's short program who were brilliant in practice but not able to replicate when it counted. Lorine Schild from France has done the reverse of that. She was having a hard time with the jump combination in practice, and now when it counts in front of the judges, she has absolutely delivered. And Tonya, this another skater, a bit like Livia Kaiser from Switzerland, who I sense all season long there's been such pressure for Lorine. She's been fighting hard to try to be the French representative at the Games. This looks like a freer skater at the end of the season. You know, that sense of, okay, last shout, I don't have anything left to prove, I've done what I've needed to do, and I'm delighted for her.
Well, and I think that's maybe why she was so successful with the elements, because there was a little bit more of a relaxation going into them, so it just let the timing happen and let her finish what she can do.
So true, and she's always had this cat-like ability to land even when she's off axis in the air. But this was better than we've seen from her earlier in the season.
Absolutely, and you'll see on the replay, I'm sure we'll see the combination when you talk about the cat-like. She looks a little bit back, and man, she just rams that leg back to tap in for that second jump, and wow, just well done. That's a special gift to have.
If you're going to have a super skill, it's being able to land a jump that's off axis in the air. And Lorine and her coach Malika, I think they're conscious she doesn't have the greatest range of flexibility or movement stretch. So this season, even the costuming, the choreography, they're mindful of packaging her. And Malika gives a thumbs up. the coaches have a pretty long walk to go. They got to scuffle along halfway around the ring to greet their students. She's just made it in time. French team leader joining them.
The scores, please.
So for Lorine Schild,
Lorine Schild získává za svůj
she
krátký
awaits
program
the judges' opinions of that short program. Another time violation, so a 1 point deduction. That's been a bit surprisingly recurrent for the skaters at this event, but she secures a 59.14 and 5th place.
Dámy a pánové, program mistrovství světa v krasu poslední bude pokračovat po trávě.
So that finds us at the 2/3 marker through the women's short program at this, the International Skating Union Figure Skating World Championships 2026. Korea leads the field in 1st and 2nd place for Haein Lee and Jia Shin. And there we see that Barbora Vrankova from the host nation has sneakily snuck in to make the free skate in 2 days' time. Commiserations to those that haven't made the cut, but the best is yet to come. So we take an ice resurface break, but do not go far because there's so much great skating yet to come in the final 2 groups of the women's short program.
What we have seen so far, do you feel any temptation to go return on the ice and take a part in such a competition what we witnessed today?
I have found that I am a much better fan these days than I am a competitor. I have no desire to go and do what these women are doing because it's so hard. A triple right now in these shoes, I could never.
No, but in your days, in your days,
My prime,
in your prime days, in your prime years, what was more difficult for you, short program or the free skate? Because short program is, as we discussed, very, very tricky, but free skate or long program was very long.
Long program is very long. I loved a character program, so for me, a long program is my sweet spot. With these athletes, really, you have kind of 2 options. You can take more of the vibe, the energy of a program, or you can become a character, tell a story that so many people know. We see so many athletes go that route, and I love seeing a story told on the ice.
Okay, it's clear you work with the audience. What would you advise the audience how to work well with the skaters here in Prague, how to engage with the skater, but not to be maybe too loud or inappropriate?
A nice polite clap goes a long way, but I'm going to give you all permission. If you see a program that you love at the end of it and you're sitting down, why are you sitting? They just stood up on all these jumps. Stand up, get out of your seats. A standing ovation is the greatest honor you can give these athletes. So if you see something that you really love, not only should you be loud and clapping, but stand up for the athletes.
And in your career, what was the most difficult element that you have put in your program so far? Was the spin, was the jump, was the combination, or a step sequence? Because step sequences in last years, they became incredible difficult elements. Over 30 seconds of absolutely full potential squeezing out of skater's body just to produce level 4 step sequence.
If you're lucky enough to get a level 4, that's the hard part too. These elements are leveled. It's not a guarantee that you're going to get credit for them. If I could go back in time and stop Ulrich Sauter from inventing the Sauter, I absolutely would, but we don't have time for that. We have to wrap up this Zamboni break. So everybody, when you get back into your seats, your job is to be loud. Put your hands together, and if you see something you love, I want you to stand up for the athletes.
Smačí na triple blend na klouby.
Nechutná, ale funguje.
Balance, značka vítězů.
Nejlepší na Bohemia Sect Ice.
Dokonalou podívanou vám přináší pánské oděvy koutní. Koutní obléká muže již 30 let. Masterpiece in every movement. Technique in perfect elegance. Prague Airport.
We envision the ideal way of living. In housing, designing comfort tailored to your lifestyle. Through medical and welfare, providing safety and peace of mind. With entertainment, delivering culture and sports that move your heart. Wishing everyone a life full of richness and fulfillment. Always by your side, Kenosha Group. We envision the ideal way of living. In housing, designing comfort tailored to your lifestyle. Through medical and welfare, providing safety and peace of mind. With entertainment, delivering culture and sports that move your heart. Wishing everyone a life full of richness and fulfillment. Always by your side, Kenosha Group. Well, in the women's short program here at the ISU Figure Skating World Championship 2026 in Prague, we do have 12 more skaters to go. And those 12 skaters will include the favorites on the competition and, as Ashley Baggett already said, the battle between Japan and USA can begin. But there is another very important information for the whole crowd. And it's a privilege to announce it. Dámy a pánové, přidáme posledních 12 krasovruslazek v rámci ženského krátkého programu na ISU mistrovství světa v krasobruslení. A co je nejdůležitější, v tom velkém finále v pátek uvidíme české barvy, protože Barbora Vrankova, která měla nezávidění hodnou první pozici, dnes dopoledne se dokázala kolem dovolí jíst, takže se dostala mezi elitních 24 krasobruslazek. Co může být lepší zpráva? Myslím si, že teď je ta správná chvíle poslat Barboře potlesk. Gratulujeme, Barbo! This is just the beginning because we're about also to present a wonderful evening today, and it will include the marvelous directors in Europe. And let me tell you, the opening ceremony will tell you the story of our country, Czechia, and also a piece of history of figure skating in this country with all the champions that we do have in Czech and Czechoslovak tradition. The official opening ceremony will begin at 6 p.m. So we kindly recommend to be seated in quarter 6 so you'll not miss a second of the opening ceremony. Jako obvykle se můžete těšit na nádherný zahájící ceremoniál, který odstartuje v 18 hodin opět nádherné dílo s rukou a z pera Michala Cabana, které připomene nejen to, čím je naše země výjimečná, ale především jak výraznou stopu zanechal krasobrouslení v českých a československých dějinách. Ale teď se pojďme soustředit na to, že nás čeká posledních 12 účastnic mistrovství světa v krasobruslení ISU a těch 12 budou opět rozděleno do 2 skupin a za chvíli se představí skupina Máda. Well, we do have 12 skaters remaining, but before that, let us entertain you in the arena. We have marvelous options. We do have a dance camp and also we do have a cartoon camp. So, let the party begin!
Welcome back to the O2 Arena in Prague for continued coverage of the 2026 World Figure Skating Championships. We look now to the penultimate group in the women's short program, where many Olympians are taking to the ice. Opening the group, Canada's Madeline Schizas. And then to the 19-year-old Sarah Everhart, competing in her first World Championships, just deciding which direction to head as she is introduced to the arena. And then to the skater who was 10 in the Olympic Games last month, Sofia Samodelkina, representing Kazakhstan. And then to Belgium's Niina Petrokina, managing to return from injury earlier in the season. And now to the unstoppable European champion, Niina Petrokina. And then the final skater in this group, the Olympic bronze medalist, Ami Nakai. And their skaters starting from 22nd to 27th. The 33 women competing in this year's World Championships. Starting order based on world rankings, and we head now towards definite medal contenders, of course, with the likes of Ami Nakai, fresh from her success at the Olympic Games. They're on screen now, opening the group, the 23-year-old from Oakville, Madeline Schizas. She went viral through the Olympic Winter Games with her plea online to have an extension for some of her uni work. Unfortunately, her professors granting her just that, as she proudly represented Canada in her second Olympic Winter Games. She had 2 short programs to compete, one in the team event, which had a score of almost 65 points, and one in the individual event of a 55-point score. So showing one skater can have vastly different results, and we sincerely hope that now Maddie will be able to post close to a personal best in this, her World Championship, her 6th World Championship appearance. And there, to a skater given a call up to compete here, replacing the Olympic champion Alyssa Liu. She was 5th at the US National Championships in what was an incredible US National Championship in the women's event. Continued clean skates from so many of the competitors, and now Sarah gets the opportunity to proudly represent Team USA. She has a job to do in trying to provide more places, or 3 spots again, for Team USA at the World Championships in 2027. And then to Kazakhstan's Sofia Samodelkina. Her top 10 place at the Olympic Winter Games last month facilitated some exciting things for this young woman. The National Olympic Committee of the Republic of Kazakhstan bought her a 1-bedroom apartment in Astana after her top 10 result at the Games. So, as we have mentioned with some of the other athletes, becoming an Olympian has so many wonderful perks.
Sofia Samodelkina.
She was 14th last year, but eager to do what she achieved at the Games by placing within the top 10 in what is her 2nd World Championships. And there, a skater who was within the top 10 last year, 12 months ago in Boston, Niina Petrokina. A skater who only returned to competition in late November for the Belgian National Championships, where she won her 3rd title. Injury derailing her, but she has rallied so well, and at the Olympic Games Last month, she achieved a score 15 points higher than what she achieved at Europeans. And hopefully, a few further weeks of healthy training, hopefully injury-free, Niina can potentially vie to place back in the top 7 as she did a year ago. And there, the quite amazing Niina Petrokina, the 4-time Estonian champion. She's a 2-time European champion. But she too, like Niina, was injured early in the off-season, and an Achilles injury forced her to withdraw from the Grand Prix series, and it was just weeks of training that got her back on the ice before she incredibly managed to deliver enough in Sheffield in January to take her 2nd European title.
She was magnificent
in
Sheffield.
And the mental strength that she showed despite the lack of physical training, amazing. Looking solid and sharp there with her triple flip. And there, the upcoming star of Japanese skating, Ami Nakai, a skater who 12 months ago could not compete in the Senior World Championships because of her age, but she did medal at the Junior Worlds. She was 4th at Junior Worlds, but that triple axel is what has helped her to such success this season. And not only did she come away with an Olympic bronze medal, she won this section of the competition in the Olympic Winter Games. So she finds herself in the penultimate group, but that doesn't mean to say that she's any less of a contender for the title.
Oh, definitely not. You know, her triple axel has catapulted her into where she is today and that Olympic bronze medal. So working out some of the kinks there, but the triple axel was spectacular.
Interestingly, for Ami Nakai on screen now, her choreographer David Wilson was saying that he wanted to do something a little fun for her with the short program, and they chose La Strada by Nino Rota, which has been used abundantly in our sport, but more ordinarily by men. But David explained that it really should be a woman, given that the central character of the film is Gelsomina. And so interesting to hear from some of these incredible choreographers who go to such conceptual consideration behind the construction of the programs. There she's looking a little more comfortable with the triple loop, triple toe. And it's that kind of layering and packaging that we start to appreciate in this later stage of the competition. No longer is it a clean skate, but it's the commitment to the program component scores in the second mark which helps to separate the best from the rest.
It's the complete package.
So true.
Dámy a pánové, se svým krátkým programem se nyní představí reprezentantka Kanady.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the ice representing Canada, Madeline Schizas!
So this, her 6th performance at the World Championships as her longtime coaches Nancy and Alison look on. She's been so close so many occasions to the top 10. Can it be this year for Maddie Schizas, returning to her popular Lion King short program for the 2026 World Championships?
Triple Lutz, triple toe, nailed it. A little bit outside the circle on the landing of that triple loop. Had to do a little bit of a 3-turn on the exit. excellent show of increased speed on that flying sit spin, pulling that leg in on the sit side.
Canada's Madeline Schizas opens the penultimate group in the women's short program at the 2026 World Championships. And I mentioned that of her 2 performances at the Olympic Winter Games last month, there were vastly different scores, 10 points separating her team event performance score and her individual performance. This probably lands somewhere in the middle, I think, a little bit.
I would agree with you on that, Mark. I mean, it was a shame at the Olympics during the individual portion because you know she can do so much better. So much disappointment because she just really struggled.
She popped that loop, yeah. And I wonder if that played a little bit on the commitment to the landing of the triplets here, having had that mistake a month ago. But always great to see the interaction with the coaches. She's proud to have an all-female coaching staff. It's something Madeline's really proud of and a great advocate of. She wants to see, already considering, you can see the hand there indicating an angle situation with the loop, analyzing already the performance. And as we look back at the loose toe, Maddie said that she would really miss these programs, and perhaps that's the final time she'll see that.
A little bit short on the landing of that triple toe. And then going into this triple loop, see she was pointing at the angle. Maybe the takeoff just didn't go the direction she wanted it to. Just a little bit outside the circle.
And
but still on her feet. I mean,
yeah, could be worse.
Could
but
be worse.
Different. Forces the judges to reduct on the grade of execution as we see the combination of turns. That one of the features within the step sequence, combination of 3 difficult turns strung together. But the slow-mo replay showcasing the commitment to the interpretation. Mouth couldn't be any wider in expressing the music there. So between a 55 and a 64.97 last month in Milan, Madeline Schizas waits to find out how she'll sit now. She says okay to the 61.35 score achieved for that, her final short program of the season, and slotting herself in 0.05 of a point behind Finland's Iida Karhunen.
Dámy a pánové, se svým krátkým programem se nyní představí reprezentantka Spojených států amerických.
What a moment and what an opportunity now for the next skater. Just circling before her name is finally introduced to the arena, Sarah Everhart. She comes here replacing Alyssa Liu. And now such an opportunity for her to make a reputation for herself in her debut at the World Championships as she skates for the 2nd season to the music Reel Around the Sun by Bill Whelan.
Huge triple Lutz, triple toe. Opening this short program, well done. Ina Bauer into a double axel. Difficult jumping pass, triple loop. Wow, that was spectacular, stepping right into her flying sit spin. You know, you can see her letting go a little bit more freedom going into the step sequence, but you know, you have to be careful because all of these turns are so important that you do in any of those steps. Talk about the replacement skaters for skaters that decide not to come to the World Championships, which is Alyssa Liu. You can tell she has trained throughout this process because she looks super strong from beginning to end of this short program.
Well, what a way to justify your place here at the World Championships. Coach Roman Skorniakov applauds the performance of Sarah Everhart, a program that she has used for a couple of seasons, choreography that she is now comfortable with, but as you rightly pointed out, Tanya, it was delivered with a conviction that showcases both her stamina, but also the great choreography that she has. It's wonderful music, commonly chosen, but easy to skate through, and she was articulate in the musicality of it. And there has to be, for Sarah Everhart, a pressure in relationship to Alyssa Liu. Alyssa Liu has had astronomical attention brought to the sport because of what happened in Milan, and now eyes are on Sarah, and any pressure she must have felt, she has put at bay. And let's not forget, she also trains on the daily with the likes of Ilya Malinin, so she's gone through an emotional roller coaster of watching her training mate last month. She herself, without an Olympic experience, has probably had an Olympic roller coaster, and yet when it counted for her participation, she laid it down. So
triple Lutz was so huge, but tapping back into the triple toe, so strong. And such a solid edge on the exit.
And what I was so mindful of is the complexity of some of the transitions, entries and exits, and also what I noticed there for Sarah as we see this triple loop is her comfort in both directions, and that will play, it's one of the criteria for skating skills. Triple loop was great, but her ability to rotate both directions was really at ease, and that should, although she's not the most refined or elegant skater, that comfort rotating both ways is reflected in that skating skills component score. So, you know, really approaching both technical and program component score mindfulness. Oh, I can't lip read, I want to know what that was.
She said, let's go.
Oh, well done. Yeah, let's go. Well, she went. And so, the leader currently is a former world silver medalist, Haein Lee, with a 68.5. How will this novice at Senior Worlds compare to a seasoned campaigner? Well, she usurps the Koreans and moves into the lead. 68.74. And a high five from Coach Roman. Great job, well done.
Dámy a pánové, se svým krátkým programem se jako další představí reprezentantka Kazachstánu.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the ice representing
And now, from 19-year-old Seda Everhart to 19-year-old Sofia Samodelkina, 14th a year ago in Boston, top 10 in Milan last month. Can she create more success for Kazakhstan following what happened last month as she skates to Shardas?
The amount of space that that double axel covered was just incredible. Triple Lutz.
Loving the delicacy of the movement to the music phrase change.
Always such a great piece of music to get the audience involved. Wow, triple flip, triple toe, that was glorious. Different movement, like a cartwheel in the middle of a step sequence.
Great from the knee side to the spread eagle, and Sofia's got the O2 Arena onside. Well, she's done it again. Sofia Samodelkina skates cleanly in the short program in her second World Championships. And so interesting, Tonya, to make the comparison between the two last skaters, both choreographed by the wonderful Shailene Bourne, both wearing green dresses. Different music, but still high energy and engaging with an audience. For me, what will be interesting to see is if we break down the two back-to-back performances, Sofia elected to put her jump combo later in the program as opposed to Sarah Everhart, and in doing so that potentially helps her in one way on the tech element score. However, then there was a bit more of a gaping hole in the choreography because she had to muster the mental focus to do so. So really interested to see how the judges will break down the component scores separating these two great performances.
I think these scores are going to be very close between these two skaters because they were very well done from start to finish and high energy.
And I think skating skills maybe for Sofia naturally more quality than Sarah, but I think that the program was more complex from Sarah. So down to the judges now. They have 3 scores to give: skating skills, composition and presentation. And the good thing is the women are laying down a hard job for the judges to differentiate these two performances.
They've been very strong. double axel open this program. Look at the amount of space this double axel covers.
Well, it's interesting. Sofia was the 15th woman ever to internationally land a triple axel, so we know she's in the past done that. This was the combo. Oh, sorry, that was the Lutz on its own.
Here's the combo with the triple flip and then reaching back for the triple toe loop.
Now, from this camera angle, you can't quite see it, but she was really over her left side on the triple toe and somehow stuck the landing. And interesting to see the tape around the boots. At this point in the season, you question whether or not the boots, as Rafael Aratunian is caught on camera, whether or not the boots are just breaking down, having to last through this final event before new skates are dealt with. So Sofia had 68.47 at the games, and that would put her just behind Sarah. But it's a 66.95, so Sofia separates the two Korean skaters.
It looked like the difference was the layback spin one was a level 2 as well as the step sequence. So those minute points there definitely can make a difference
like
in the
said.
score, but it's all so close.
Every step counts at this.
Every step counts.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the ice representing
And there we see Benoit Bichot in his own clothes, not a team jacket, at the World Championships. Unlike what we saw at the Olympics, as his choreography student Nina Pinzaroni gets ready to perform. A skater that rallied to be able to compete this season following injuries earlier in the year, now performing to send in the clowns.
Isn't it rich? Are we a pair? Be here at last, the ground you read me dead. Send in the clouds.
How poignant a forward inside edge held so well can be. Class in her movements.
Don't you
Love the exit of that double axel with a 3 turn into catch foot spiral.
just when I stopped opening doors?
Triple Lux, triple toe.
Was yours, making my engines again with my usual flair. Sure all of my lies, no one is there.
Last difficult element, triple loop. It looks like it might have been a little bit under rotated.
Rifled by fear, I thought that you'd want what I want. Sorry, my dear. But where are the flowers? There ought to be flowers. Could send in the clouds. What a surprise! Who could foresee? I've come to feel about you what you felt about me. I only know when I see that you've drifted away. Where are the clouds? Send in the clouds.
Assumption that we would see less in this event from the Olympics is being defied. Nina showcasing, I believe, better than we have perhaps ever seen from her. And she has the biggest stretch, the most expansive movement through both her back and her limbs, and she's special.
She is very special, and what a strong performance from her. You're right. It's been a fabulous event so far. I mean, I can't wait for the rest of the skaters to go, because wow, this has been a really great treat for everyone in this building and everyone watching.
And her coach, Anne Spokland, who she has been with for 15 years, since the age of 4, that coach on camera has, alongside Benoit Richaud, educated and nurtured the human. And you know, they've been through so much as well. You know, being a 19-year-old, there's so much to go through in life. Having the Olympic Games experience, having the injury experience to rally through. So to then come out and deliver your best ever, wonderful.
Stretch on the landing of the double axel. And then we see the triple Lutz tapping back into the triple toe.
And my only critique would be that she did size up that jump combo. There was a little bit of a disconnect to the music for quite some time, but at least it was delivered successfully.
Look at the triple loop here. This was not reviewed. I don't know, I thought that the landing might have been a little bit short. I could be wrong. You'll be able to see it now in slow motion here. I was wrong. It was okay. You know, maybe it was the way the snow was. I think the leg wrap a little bit as well at the end, maybe the hook of her left leg. I think you might be right, because that was definitely clean.
And with Niina, the Send in the Clowns, so different to Stardust from Sofia Samodelkina, so different to the river dance from Sarah Everhart. You know, again, how do the judges decide upon the interpretation of the music? The music's so different, but how well did the skaters interpret relevant to what they have chosen? And I think Niina had the strongest components that we've seen of all the skaters thus far, from my mind. Wow, she achieves not just crossing 70 points, but comfortably above the 70-point marker. That score of 71.82, that's a bold statement. 7th last year. I thought she'd struggle to replicate that because of the injury, but who knows? And now we head to the athlete who describes herself as unstoppable. Talking about injury, this is a skater who has been through so much, but every different experience she's had to come back from has only developed greater reserves of strength and resilience. The brilliant Niina Petrokina, the European champion, performs to Criminal Tango.
Brilliant control on the landing of that double axel. Whoa, triple Lutz, triple toe combination. That was a lot of work to finish that one.
The fight was real.
Better exit on that triple flip. of programs within this warm-up group, and all of them have been so enjoyable, so strong.
How interesting the reaction of Estonia's Niina Petrokina, a skater who knows so much about every tiny edge and the implications of it. And I think she'll be mindful that whilst she fought and rallied throughout, that the comparative tightness of some of the jumps may make it difficult for her to be as competitive as she wants to be. But my admiration for this young woman, who was the flag bearer for Estonia at the closing ceremony of the Games, is monumentous. She, a couple of weeks ago in Tallinn, Estonia, was there supporting the junior skaters. She's an absolute ambassador for skating and humanity. She's a great, great human. So it now remains to be seen. The review was just on one of the 7 elements, but it was the most valuable. It was the triple lutz, triple toe combo. And as the technical panel decide the fate of that element, it looks like the triple toe might be under-rotated and the triple lutz considered a quarter rotation short. So for Niina Petrokina, the technical element score is being dragged down by 20% at least, and so that will be costly as we see the opening double axel. Oh, look at the conviction on her face.
Here's the combo going into this triple lutz. Watch where she lands. A little bit short there, and then not a lot of ride on the blade, which makes that second jump harder to do because she looked down to see what she knew.
She's looking at the rotation herself, so you know, that testament to how educated Niina is. She'll see for herself firsthand, closer than any technical panel, that she's, you know, going to suffer an under rotation on the landing of that jump.
But this triple flip was so much better. It wasn't nearly as tight, had a lot better height and better flow on the landing and more clean on the landing.
And there, it just shows you what it means to the athletes, you know, hands clasped together, wondering the implications, because again, we consider for Niina, she has facilitated 2 Estonian women at this event with Nataly Langerbaur, who we've already seen. She wants to be in the top 10 and securing that kind of participation for her nation again, not just for herself, but for others. So it's a 67.29 and 4th place for Niina Petrokina. So she finds herself within the top 10, assuming that the rest of the competitors will go above it.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Japan,
Well, chance now to see the skater that delivered the best short program of all at the Olympic Winter Games in Milan last month. You see on the left of the screen, triple axel, the opening element. We saw glorious triple axel in the warm-up earlier for the 17-year-old who performs to La Strada. Oh no!
Oh no, just a single axel.
I think she got a double, but 2-footed landing,
double
nothing.
axel, I'm sorry, double axel, just,
Nothing like what we saw in Milan.
No, and the warm-up was so beautiful. Great recovery with the triple lutz, triple toe combo. triple loop.
Wonderful edge control and use of blade within the step sequence right in front of the judges. Well, you can see what Ami Nakai from Japan thinks of that performance, all based upon what happened on the opening triple axel attempt. But despite the lack of success on her big value element, you cannot help but fall in love with Ami Nakai. She just skates with such heart. And the smile on her face, I think the world fell in love with her when we saw her reaction to finding out she won an Olympic medal a month ago. She won't have lost any fans with that performance, but she has lost contention to some degree for putting herself in the World Championship title mix. What is fortunate, though, for Ami Nakai is that nobody else apart from Amber Glenn is going for a triple axel. So whilst it's not the big money element that helped her stay ahead of the others in the games, she's only one of two that has it. So potentially it won't pull her too far away.
Yeah, I completely agree. And you know, luckily she had so much energy going into that triple axel. I think it just was too much. And you know, it's amazing how quickly she rotated to get the 2.5 to at least have the double axel, so she gets points for the jump. Yeah. You can see how quick, but you can see the free leg didn't come all the way through on the takeoff, so it was kind of a weird setup and entrance, but saved points because she could have had 0 points if she only had a single. And the triple loop.
And as we look at the triple lutz, triple toe, which was good, what I am mindful of is the comparison to having seen her as a junior. I mentioned that, you know, she went from being off the junior world championship podium a year ago to becoming an Olympic senior medalist, but the work that's been done by her and the likes of David Wilson and Kenji Miyamoto on her components is the difference in what has happened over the last year. She has really progressed in interpretation.
It's been an incredible transformation, and that's a hard transformation when you're a junior coming into the senior ranks.
It's akin to that Michelle Kwan transformation from 94 to 95.
I agree.
But still more to come, I'm sure. So much more to come. So Nina Pinzeroni, the only of the skaters thus far to have crossed the 70-point marker in the short program score. Ami was up at 78.71 in the Olympic Winter Games, but that was with the 8-point triple axel. So it's a 69.1, and Ami herself, alongside her coach, look satisfied. And as ever with the Japanese skaters, so respectful and appreciating and accepting the judge's opinion. Wow. We've been treated, as we see the results of the skaters in the first 5 groups, to some wonderful performances and a whole cavalcade of different energetic interpretations. But now we head to the real crunch time in this competition, the final flight, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen, because this will be the last time to see the legend that is Kaori Sakamoto skate the time to say goodbye short program. However, opening the group is Anastasiia Gubanova. She's had a wonderful, wonderful season, showcasing some of her greatest consistency, but perhaps she has some demons in her head from last year's World Championships to be exercised. As we look to Isabeau Levito She's had a world medal before from 2 years ago. Wants another one in Prague. As we see the newly crowned European medalist from Italy and newly crowned Olympic medalist in the team event, Lara Naki-Gutman. And now to the wonderful Amber Glenn, who I gather may have the most banners in and around this venue in support of her. But the crowd just proved me wrong because the volume levels just roused up in support of the great Kaori Sakamoto.
Mone Chiba!
And from one great Japanese skater to another, the final competitor, Mone Chiba.
Skaters, you may now start your 6-minute warm-up.
It's exciting. I'm excited to see how things will unfold over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. Can Kaori Sakamoto join a very small group of women who have won 4 world titles? But opening will be Anastasiia Gubanova. 3 times she has been a medalist at the European Championships, but the World Championships hasn't been so kind to the skater, and 12 months ago she had the nightmare short program performance which found her languishing in 28th place. Hopefully the consistency that she has showcased earlier this year will be replicated again for Anastasia as she vies to climb back into the top 10, as she did only once in her 4 previous World Championship appearances when she finished 6th back in 2022. And there, the 19-year-old Isabeau Levito. She was the International Skating Union Awards Best Newcomer winner in 2023. And she's perhaps been a little under the radar this year, under the press and attention of her compatriots Amber Glenn and Alyssa Liu. However, in practice this week, Isabeau looks to have upped her technical difficulty with the triple lutz, triple loop combo, perfectly timed as she showcased that on screen there. And so you sense Isabeau is out here to get her own comeback. She wants to be in the spotlight.
And she remembers what that medal felt like 2 years ago in Montreal, and she wants it back. Right?
And I like
the
the fight,
determination,
yeah.
yes.
And there is Lara Naki-Gutman. She graduated from University of Camerino in 2025 with a degree in legal sciences for organizational innovation and social cohesion. She is such a bright, articulate and intelligent skater, but what is so exciting is the development of the athlete creatively, and she is garnering such a fandom with the way in which she interprets her music. It's been an incredibly exciting season. How can she peak again after what must have been the most unbelievable experience being an Italian in Italy at the Olympics last month?
Well, and she was 3rd at Europeans as well, so she's really had a phenomenal season. Hopefully she can end it strong here at the World Championships.
And there is Amber Glenn, the 3-time and reigning US national champion, part of the Blade Angels, which were nicknamed by the American skaters between Amber, Isabeau and Alyssa. A skater who is always so forever open and honest and raises topics that are rarely discussed, and that part of the reason I think that she is so incredibly popular. She has connected with fans in a way that was not conventional insofar as she will talk about taboo topics and taboo subjects, and I think that is appreciated by so many as she sizes up the triple axel.
Her triple axel is so beautiful when she hits it. It is just so amazing.
And now, with Ami Nakai not managing to deliver, Amber could be the only one in the event. As we look to, she's already a legend, Kaori Sakamoto from Japan. 3 times she has won this title. the bitter disappointment to have found herself a fraction off taking the Olympic title. And she has acknowledged that disappointment. It was vivid and evident for all the world to see in front of the press. And if she didn't already have stolen the hearts of the audiences of skating before, we're even more behind her now. And this beautiful short program that she has, Time to Say Goodbye, is truly most pertinent here in Prague, because sadly, it's getting really time to say goodbye as she rounds out her competitive career.
Skating will miss Kaori.
Oh, for sure. So from one skater who had disappointment in Milan to another, Mone Chiba was off an Olympic medal by 1.28 points. Fourth in both sections of the Olympics, but it wasn't enough. And so perhaps she has channeled that frustration into ammunition, because we have seen her be competitive within the short program particularly, and it will be fittingly her last dance, the title track of her short program music, the music that she's used for 2 seasons. It will be the last dance of that track for her too. I don't know what to predict, Tonya.
It's hard to predict because you just never know what can happen between even a warm-up and a skate.
Yeah.
You could have a great warm-up and then have a horrible skate. You could have a horrible warm-up and then a great skate. You know, there's so many different variables.
And interesting, we saw 1 glorious triple axel from Amber and 2 step outs. So should she skate clean, she has the potential to lead the field. But if she leaves anything open, then Kaori Sakamoto's quality of program component scores will be indisputable. But the warm-up is done. Anything that has happened in the past cannot be carried forward. The skater's time to deliver and to justify the results starts from here on in.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Georgia, please welcome Anastasia.
So to open the final group in the women's short program at the 2026 World Championships is Georgia's Anastasiia Gubanova. She received a Medal of Honor from the President of Georgia at the start of this month following her Olympic participation. Could she have a medal at the World Championships?
Oh, triple flip, triple toe, just nailed that. Oh, solid triple Lutz.
Well, any question about the fear she might have felt coming into this World Championship performance following what happened 12 months ago in Boston, where she failed to qualify for the free skate, have been decimated. Anastasiia Gubanova from Georgia has just laid down yet another incredibly solid short program. And this is a skater who has every right to be more exhausted than others, because not only is she an Olympian again, she took part in the team event twice for Team Georgia, and of course her participation in the individual event twice, and yet no signs of exhaustion, just consistency.
Not at all. I mean, her consistency in this short program was just phenomenal. Good for her.
And even more incredible is that her season started earlier than everybody else's, because she had to fight for her spot at the Olympics because she messed up so badly at last year's World. So she will be delighted as she hugs Mariam Georgiobrani, the Georgian president of figure skating, and Adam Sawyer, her choreographer. There's a whole team, and a whole team that's been behind Georgian figure skating towards the success that they've had this season. This was great.
So much space covered, but so much flow as well. It is not a scratch on the toe pick to slow down at all. You know, the attention to detail with the arms,
the wrist
and
rotation,
the quality of the edge on the exit of that double axel just showcases her strengths.
And again, she took her time going into the loops. It's under review currently for the rotation.
It's a beautiful crossing, but there are many ends very difficult. Let's wrap it up and let's hear it for Anastasia.
She managed for Anastasia finally to cross the 70-point marker in this short program at the Olympic Games. She had a huge 71.77 as Adam excitedly celebrates the skate. Will she be above 70 points again? You know, whatever the score though, there is one very happy skater, and that's everything we all want. Although her face did just change a little bit now waiting. 69.92, 800ths off that important 70-point marker. But she finds herself above the Olympic bronze medalist Ami Nakai. She now has to see if she will be in the top group again, as she was for the free skate at the Olympics. So we look ahead now to Isabeau Levito. This, her 4th World Championships, never lower than 4th place before, but as practices have dictated this week and even the warm-up, she appears to be a skater that is determined to put herself back on top of the podium, skating to Almost in Your Arms.
She has such a classical style. It's so enjoyable to watch.
That moment's here, I'm almost in your arms. Tonight, the moon is bright, I'm almost
Triple Lutz, triple loop combination. So difficult. Really upping her game here.
Yes.
one word and I will rush to your embrace. Say that
Bauer into the double axel. Falling leaf on the exit, stepping right into a spin. Just such nice connectivity from element to element.
There's not any friction on the blade as she spins, maintaining speed.
Can write a book, one touch can say it all. We've known those nights alone, and now we'll find our way. I'm almost in your arms, almost in your arms to stay.
Triple flip, she just floats out of it into a skid. Just so effortless.
means that I love you.
Bit of a contrast from this serious elegance to a little bit more playful in the choreography.
Means that I love you. Here's a simple idea for you. Heavenly music and only for two. Don't be the words they get in the way. Here is what you say. Zooby, zooby, zoo. Zooby, zooby, zoo. Zooby, zooby, zoo, zooby, zoo, zooby, zoo, means that I love you. Zooby, zooby, zoo, zooby, zoo, zooby, zoo, means that I love you. Zooby, zooby, zoo.
Yulia Kuznetsova approves the performance of her student, longtime student, Isabeau Levito, and just the real sense of taking any disappointment from her less than stellar free skate at the Olympic Winter Games last month and channeling it, coming to the World Championships with increased difficulty and nailing it in a way that showcased no hesitation. You know, as the pressure ramps up at this closing stage of the competition, I feel more nervous, but Isabeau delivered.
Well, she really attacked the program from start to finish. It was really confident from the start, and then it just carried.
And what is so appreciated by me is the foot placement. Her 3-foot placement is always so beautiful and refined. And you know, as soon as she burst onto the scene in winning the World Junior title back in 2022, she's been instilled by the coaching staff with such quality of line and movement. And it's nice to see that, you know, as you mentioned, Tanya, that they've taken a thematic idea that plays with that and leverages it a little bit differently this season.
Triple Lutz, triple loop combination. So difficult landing on that edge and then sitting over it to complete the triple loop.
Oh, that's brilliant. You can see her coach having to stand back to watch. Almost a little too scared to come close to the boards, perhaps. So invested in what her students doing.
Showing off her flexibility in the spins and the tightness of the air position that you mentioned earlier on the triple flip.
She doesn't have the most comfortable takeoff technique of flip and lutz. It's a little heaved, but what she loses there, like you see in this, the elegant class and stylization of her body is masterful. So, the leading score from Nina Pinzeroni is 71.82. Isabeau, en route to that medal she had at Worlds 2 years ago, had a 73.73. How will this land relative to her former personal best and relative to the rest of the field in her 4th World Championships? It's a 72.16. Interesting though the reaction of Isabeau. Accepting, her coach Julia looks happier, but perhaps Isabeau comes here with a very definite goal that she's keeping to herself. I sense we'll see another fighting performance from her in 2 days' time.
Dámy a pánové, se svým krátkým programem se nyní představí reprezentantka Itálie.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the ice, representing Italy,
The
Lara Naki-Gutman!
Transformation of Lara Naki-Gutman, our next skater, over the years has been seismic. Her first World Championships back in 2021, she was 28th, 20th, 17th, and 13th in subsequent appearances. But now, over the course of this past season, she has delivered a quality that puts her in as a contender. Skating now to la leg de Lydia.
Triple toe combination. Both well done with exquisite flow on the exit.
Upcoming is the jump that she struggled with in the Olympics. Triple lutz, just about done. Italy's Lara Naki-Gutman skates the short program she was really hoping to have had at Olympic Winter Games. She had a double lutz there, managed a bit of a squeaky triple lutz, but nevertheless done. And to me, Lara Naki-Gutman is such an inspiring example of commitment. So many skaters that we see at World Championships, like Isabeau Levito, who we've just seen, they stay within a similar range in the standings. This skater has defied that conventional similar state. She has year on year come out progressing and progressing, and that is inspiring to young skaters in a wonderful, wonderful way.
And after the season she's had, I'm sure that she has a very good chance of doing the same thing and moving up in the rankings from last year's Worlds.
So true. And can she be now a skater that can get into the top 10 and then, as you so rightly point out, Tonya, not just represent herself, but give back to the federation? And Italy's had such an amazing season with the Olympic Winter Games, but now hopefully Lara will continue that next Olympic cycle as her choreographer Laurie Nicol hugs her off the ice. And actually, I'm sure Laurie's largely responsible for some of that layering that has helped to transcend the rankings as we look at the triple-triple.
Look at the amount of space that this triple toe combination covers. Second jump higher than the first jump, which you almost have to do to be able to get that lift on the second jump. Triple lutz here. You can see she's a little bit back, but man, does she fight to stay on one foot.
And that would have been a 3-turn exit for others or a step out for others, but she clung on to that left back outside edge. Interesting, we just hear Thomas Werner, part of the in-event team, just saying your choreographies by Laurie Nicol, and those programs tend to be very difficult, but when they're executed as well as this, it pushes the judges to reward on the second mark.
And such a different ending to the program that was just shown. Just shows the creativity of Laurie Nicol and the vision that she has when she's creating programs.
Kudos to Coach Gabriele Mincio as well. Stephanie Kuel, Linda Mariotti, all listed as part of the team behind Lara. And so it takes a village to create skaters of this quality. So can she cross over the 70-point marker? Just short of that, 69.33. Sandwiching between Georgia's Gubanova and Japan's Ami Nakai, as the scores are impressively close. But the skater next to take the stage is one capable of separating herself from the rest. The first of the planned elements on the left of screen is a triple axel. That 8 points is almost 5 points higher than that from any other skater in that element. Capable of so much, we all hope now able to deliver as she performs to Like a Prayer by Madonna.
Life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. I hear you call my name, and it feels like home.
Yes. A little scratchy on the landing, but she'll take it. Triple flip, triple toe. Looked like that triple toe might have been a little bit two-footed on the landing. A little bit tight. The Olympics. See if she can get over that edge and just sit. Nicely done.
Being a fan of Amber Glenn is both exhilarating and exhausting because, as I said, she's capable of so much but inconsistent in her delivery. But how glorious that, unlike the Olympic Winter Games, Amber has laid it down at the World Championships. And she sighs a breath of relief. Her fans do too, as the pride flag is proudly waved round the rink. She did it.
She did it.
Phew.
Yes. You know, and I'm sure like that remembrance of that triple loop from the Olympics, you know, that's so hard to erase as a skater. It's like as you go into the next competition, it's like, oh my God, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Like, good for her. That was really well done.
As Damon, her long-standing support system, stands with her now, she acknowledges, you know, she has had to work so hard on her mental strength, tenacity, and ability under pressure. And we saw half an hour or so ago 2 triple axel attempts that had step outs and falls, but when it counted, not her best, but enough. And so there, 8 points for her triple axel, whereas everybody else did double.
And then this triple flip combination, we want to look at the landing of the triple toe loop.
Oh, well spotted, yeah.
A little bit short, a little bit two-footed.
Yeah, good.
Quarter.
Actually, she is coming in as a quarter. She's maybe a little lucky there that it wasn't an under.
And here's the triple loop that, for her, she just really had to get that monkey off her back, and she did it beautifully.
And the legend herself, Madonna, reached out to her at the Olympic Winter Games. Hopefully, Madonna is as elated as Coach Damon Allen is now, as we see some of that choreography from Caitlin Weaver and skates that look like they're ready to be changed at the end of the season.
They're well worn.
Well worn, and they've served her well today. So 75.72, her season's best. Actually interesting, the repercussions of that triple flip, triple toe have pulled the score down a little for Amber. And it's just a 72.65. It's enough to lead, but both Damon and Amber recognize that it wasn't a buffer that she would have liked going into the free skate. But maybe that's the best. As the mental game continues, and we wish her all the best in delivering a clean free skate to add to that short program. There she is.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the ice,
the woman that has given so much to competitive women's figure skating. She's won this title 3 times already. Her choreographer Benoit Richaud said at the creation of this short program that she was to think that she is both the Kaori of yesterday and the Kaori stepping into her legacy. He said, "You're turning a page, not tearing it. You're rereading it with pride and with love. It's time to say goodbye." The track.
And talk about a skater with huge jumps. Just watch the speed and the space covered every time she does a jump. That double axel covered the space between like red line to blue line. It was so huge.
Yes.
Triple flip, triple toe, second half of the program, 10% bonus. Huge amount of points there, and just that one jumping pass.
They're crying, we're crying, everybody standing up in appreciation of that woman, Kaori Sakamoto. And when a skater has given so much for so many years to the sport, it's just so bittersweet that that's the last time, you know. She's a joy to behold and an utter masterclass in skating skill. And seeing her go out now after the disappointment, the devastating, crushing disappointment of last month's silver medal at the Olympics, to have the treat of her coming back is just a joy to behold, that everybody on screen now is so grateful to see. And there's this smile that we craved seeing in Milan at the conclusion of her performance. Well, time to say goodbye to that program perhaps, but we can cling on to Kaori Sakamoto for a little longer. There's still a free skate to enjoy.
For sure. I mean, and that was just so well-paced, I think, and spectacular.
She's this, maybe a little better than sometimes. The triple lutz isn't optimal. The edge is debatable. It's back inside, not back outside. But what Kaori has is running edge, the purest glide of the blade, the essence of skating. She just has an abundance.
And this triple flip, tapping back to the triple toe, I mean, just covers so much space, so much height, so much flow. It just
masterful. Interesting. Thomas Werner in event has said, is it really time to say goodbye? Because none of us want to say goodbye. Can we all pay to keep her in? Can we do something not to make this be her last event?
Well, and to just see that smile, I mean, she's just a joy to watch and to be around.
She exudes more than just great skating. She is a joyful presence off the ice too, and a leader in good sportsmanship. Okay, we have to think about the actual competition, and it will lead by how much? How much will her components give her? Is she close to perfect 10s in some of the components? 79.31 is the season's best for the star. She wanted 80, I'm sure, but it's a thumbs up, and I think we can say, Tonya, thank you, Kaori. Don't go.
But you know, as a skater, when it's time.
True, true.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Japan, Mone Chiba!
Mia Hamada, the coach, encourages student Mone Chiba, the 20-year-old from Sendai, yet again has the responsibility of closing out a massive event. This, her last dance of this season's short program to Donna Summers' last dance.
Superb triple flip, triple toe combination. Jump in his short program, triple lutz, no problems whatsoever.
This one of the best spins in the business.
What a great way to end the ladies' event in the short program segment. My goodness.
You're so right, Tanya. And the responsibility and pressure for Mone Chiba, she's lived up to that too. And interesting that for Mone Chiba and Kaori Sakamoto, both of those skaters in the Japanese team were disappointed with their second and fourth respective placements at the games. Ami Nakai, the middle place skater, was obviously elated. It's a complete turn of fortunes here because Mone and Kaori have delivered where Ami has struggled. And I'm delighted for Mone that after the frustration of Italy and the games, she's come out and delivered in the short program. Interesting to make the comparison with what with what Mone and Kaori have delivered. What we're seeing currently is a fairly competitive score in comparison to Kaori. She has a better triple lutz. If we isolate element on element, the lutz is better for Mone and actually spins too, because interestingly Mone Chiba is one of only 2 skaters who have ever had a maximum +5 GOE from every judge on their spins. Here we look back at the flip toe.
Such tight air position. And the double axel.
And it's here where these skaters excel, the commitment to the refinement and the detail, the sustenance of the edge, the line on the edge, boosting score always. Even the awareness of the left hand and the spin, it's all considered.
The triple lutz, triple toe combination. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
so the lutz was by itself, the triple flip was in combination, but I mean, just such quality within every movement.
So well trained. And interestingly, I'd read that Mone was not the superstar standout as a novice in Japan, and she has come into her own more so, you know, arguably as a seasoned campaigner in the senior ranks. Her new personal best made for Mone Chiba. Almost 1.2 points higher than her best ever score achieved at the Grand Prix final last year. And interestingly, just less than a point behind Kaori Sakamoto. So the top 2 competitors stand ahead from the rest of the field in what was a wonderful women's short program. They are confirmation of the results, and you see that the top 2 competitors find themselves fairly comfortably adrift of the others, but we saw Amber Glenn at the Olympic Games climbing up the rankings in the free skate, so wouldn't count her out from title contention. But Japan's Ami Nakai, she the other contender with the big weighted technical element score, could move up from 8th that she finds herself in after the short program. And further down the standings, we see those that have made the cut for the free skate, which will take place in 2 days' time on Friday. And delight for the local audience to see the name Barbora Vrankova just managing to make that 24th place, and scenes of a local competitor in the free skate at this year's World Championships. Commiserations to those that did not make the final round of the women's competition at the World Championships in 2026, but we wish them all the very best for a fruitful off-season as we get ever closer to the conclusion of this Olympic year. We see, and here perhaps now, Thomas Berner and Ashley Wagner and the host event team rounding out the experience of those in this O2 Arena in Prague, this incredible arena, which will be the stage for the remaining events in this World Championships, just kicked off by the women's short program, but we have the pairs short program later on today. There will be an opening ceremony that is covered where you will have a chance to see local skaters that have been working hard. But now just a quick look back at the top 3 performances from the women's short program. Amber Glenn from the United States of America manages to get the monkey off her back with that jump, the triple loop. She in medal contention. So often considered a medal contender, and now closest to it. Her 4th appearance at the World Championships, having placed 5th in Boston last year.
That sigh of relief, like, oh, make it through that short program.
And there, Japan's Mone Chiba, the 20-year-old, delivered the last to perform. She has, unlike Amber and the leader Kaori, she has secured a personal best, and I assume, rightly or wrongly, that Mone Chiba is the future of Japanese skating as Kaori steps away soon, and I'm fascinated to see what will happen with this skater over the coming years. But right now, she's put herself in contention for not the future, but for the present, potentially taking the title here.
And it's so close. I mean, it'll be the free skate that will, you know, there's so much content in the free skate and so many points that can be earned. There's a lot of room for movement.
Yeah.
You know, so people that could be a little bit lower could still move up, and you just never know. But Kaori Sakamoto, just the star of this afternoon for sure.
Totally. I think what makes Kaori special, I mean, the triple flip, triple toe is special, but what makes her special is her components, her second mark. And actually she, although she doesn't have a wide gulf between her and the rest of the field overall, that score was adrift from all others by a sizable margin.
You know, I think what's interesting too is she didn't even get level 4s on all of her spins. Yeah. She had some level 3s in places where she could have even had more points. But that just goes to show you the brilliance of what she does, and what she does so well is rewarded in the points.
So true. Well, that rounds out the women's short program. I'm Mark Conretti. I've been alongside the wonderful Tonya Kwiatkowski. Make sure you stay tuned for more coverage from the 2026 ISU World Figure Skating Championships.